Welcome to the regular meeting of the Cape Coral City Council. Today is June 3rd, 2026. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the invocation, pledge allegiance by Councilmember Kadook.
Please bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve our community and for the trust you placed in us by the people we represent. As our state considers property tax reform and places this important decision before the voters, we pray for wisdom, discernment, and an informed judgment for all who participate in that process. As we gather tonight, guide our decisions and our discussions. Help us to seek what is right, just, and beneficial for the residents of our city. Grant us humility to listen, courage to lead, and wisdom to work through our differences with integrity. We also pray to lift up our first responders, our law enforcement officers, firefighters, EMS personnel, and all who stand ready to protect and serve. Keep them safe, strengthen their families, and bless them for their sacrifice and dedication. May tonight's work honor the people we serve and bring good to our city. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
Council Members Donnell,
Here.
Kadook,
here.
Lastra,
Here.
Lehman, Long,
Here.
Steinke,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 5 is changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda, or I'll entertain a motion to adopt as presented?
Motion to adopt as presented.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Kadook,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, item 6 is recognitions and achievements. We do not have any tonight. Item 7 is approval of the minutes. Do we have a motion regarding the minutes of the regular meeting of May 20th, 2026?
Motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Any council discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 8 is business, and 8A is the consent agenda. I'll now open up the consent agenda for any council to pull any items for discussion. Councilmember Kadook.
Item number 15, Resolution 150-26.
Okay. Is that all?
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Lehman.
Yes, I'd like to pull 142-26. That is, wait a second. I'm sorry.
Number 10.
Number 10.
Number 10. Sorry about that.
That's okay. All right. Councilmember Long.
Yeah, item 6, resolution 137-26.
Yes, sir. All right. And seeing no other lights on, we have a
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 6, 10, and 15.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Kadook,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, first of which is item 6, which is Resolution 137-26. Councilmember Long, you pulled that, so I'll give you the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just look at, just for a generalized understanding here, don't necessarily have a problem with it. I just, the materials that I was provided, I didn't get a clear understanding of what we were moving it to. I gather that it is just for increasing the cap because of the volume requirements for vacant lots that need mowed resulting from code violations. I believe the current one is set to 80, and this says that we're approving an increase, but I don't see anywhere where it says what that new cap is going to be. Can someone provide me that information?
Okay, I'll turn that over to Mr. City Manager.
Good afternoon, Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director. Yes, this is for lot cleanup for our code enforcement division. We currently have a budget set. The contracts in place don't get us to what's currently budgeted. So this would allow an increase to get us to budgetary limits so we can continue the work.
So I guess what are those was my question. So the previous estimated annual amount was 85. What we had before us is increasing it because, the needs are greater, but I don't see where it's asking us or what limit it's asking us to set.
So, and the reason for that was because we will allow budget transfers within the department to fund what is needed and as needed. As they go out and make citations and actually need the work, that's when they go out and solicit the service. And so it will be contingent on that. And so if the specific line item within their budget doesn't have the funding available, but department-wide they have the funding, we can transfer money within those operating lines to make sure that the service is covered.
And I understand that, and I don't have a problem again with the nature of it. I guess I'm having trouble equating the fact that originally when we did the contract, we set it at 85, which needed, I would presume, a cap, which is what we set it at, and now we're coming back but saying there is none. If I'm understanding correctly. And then I know it doesn't mean we're going to go spend $10 million on lot mowing, but I mean, if there was a number prior, I would have assumed that there was a number
So
now.
what we're running into with this, if you remember last year, we adopted a new mechanism, the 916 code cases that have us getting to compliance a lot quicker. So now we go out, we put the sign in the yard, they have 10 days. If they don't address it in 10 days, guilty. We go and address it, and then we lien the property for the cost of that. It was asked back then, how much money is this going to take? We don't know. We pegged the 85,000. We're going through that, but what we're seeing in the community is we're able to deliver code compliance quicker, and the liens are racking up, and then either people are coming in and paying for them, or when the property transfers, if it's a homesteaded, then we'll get it back. So we don't really have a number, and in this case, in lieu of in increments of every 80,000, keep coming and incrementally amending. In this case, what we thought the best option was for this contract, for these, for these services to say, as long as they have the budget, they good. But if there's no budget, they can't go over it. Then we would have to come back to you and ask for a budget amendment.
Okay, I get that. I guess for me, from a policy perspective, I would actually prefer to have that come back just so we can kind of keep our finger on the pulse of that program.
If you would like, I mean, I'm more than willing to, if you want to know, tell me what number. If you want like in $50,000 increments, I can make sure you get those reports, and every 50,000 we spend, we'll send you a report. Or if you want to just have like a monthly report on how it's going, I can provide you that.
So we don't have a generalized idea based on our first year and a half, what that annual amount should be.
Then in the fiscal year 27 budget request, they're asking for 300,000.
So that's my problem, right? But then the 300 doesn't come to us because we've kind of done this blanket approval. And now, we've got a million other things that we're seeing and responsible for. And now it goes on in the back room ad infinitum forever until I guess the new contract is up. That's where my problem lies. I don't have a problem with the nature of the agreement, but I think to just say, hey, we originally misquoted it in the first year, which on its face makes sense, except now we're a year and a half later. But we don't know after having a year and a half of data what next year is going to be. So we'll send you an email.
It really depends on the electorate and our residents, right? So if everybody was taking care of their property to where we wouldn't need this, the number would be zero. But that's just not reality.
I get it, and I don't have a problem with it at all. I just think there needs to be a stopgap. Like we need to at least, 150 would be fine. But I mean, we're not even approving 300. We could have approved $500,000, I guess, for all we know. But I would prefer to set it at like 150. And then if it does get to that point, we come back. It sounds like we're already at 300 though. So really this should at a minimum be 300. 100,000. Which if this board's comfortable with that, that's fine. But let's put that in here. And then if next year it's 600, you would at least be required to come back before this board and have us again say, hey, what are we doing here? Rather than just in perpetuity for the duration of the contract. That's my only concern. I don't know whether my fellow board members share it, but I think for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support this since there's no ceiling. It's removing the ceiling essentially, with the understanding, of course, that it's only good for as long as the budget exists. But anyways, I just wanted
And
to.
the only impact that we would, I mean, just so you understand all sides, the only impact that we would run into that is when we were starting to approach that limit, we would not be able to award any more code cleanups until we got the approval for the authority.
Sure, which is
So there could be
exactly
a
the same
small-
case
There could
today.
be a small delay in getting that approval if you were to go that
Well,
route.
that's what we're doing now here today, right? And I don't know that I've received any emails that would be a detriment to that process. So that's why I'll be voting no. Just wanted to make sure that I got that on the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just so I understand, this is kind of a credit and debit arena in that when we have to go out and take the action to mow that yard, to clean up the infraction, if you will, we lien the property. When they come in and they satisfy their lien, they pay the dollars, that credits it back in that arena. So those monies spent, it gets to 20 grand, 50 grand, 80 grand. Well, then someone comes in and pays a series of people come in and pay 10 grand. Well, that brings that balance down again. So through the course of the year, it would be realistic to expect that number would go up, it would go down, it would go up, it would go down, maybe ever so incrementally, but along the way that would happen. Is that correct?
That is correct on a micro scale. On a macro scale, if those transactions, so our staff spending their budget authority is a debit, and when someone pays, it would be a credit. To the extent that there are people who don't pay and that credit transaction comes back in 2, 3, or 4 years at a sale or a refinance, it could take years. But on a micro, that's exactly the thought process and how this has been working. But I don't want anyone to think that it's happening and all of these are being resolved within, a month or 2 months. Some of these, we may never see the money back until something happens with the property.
I get it. And so the alternative, whatever number we set it at 150, we set it at 300, whatever it is. The alternative then is we get to a point where we say, hey, we ran out of money. We got to let all that property get overgrown.
Yes. And so in keeping with the direction that council set for us last year, which is how do we get to compliance quicker? Remember, prior to this process, our goal was to get to a hearing. So a lot of responses to residents and the council was a hearing is set in a month. Once the hearing was set and they were found guilty, it would just be a code lien that would just rack up and could rack up for years. What we were directed with is how do we get to compliance for the surrounding neighbors and the community quicker? We came up with a process. We said it was going to cost money. We didn't know how much money it was going to cost. But what we have in place is getting everything cleaned up. You've seen those complaints go down. We're not getting the complaints because now we have a process to deal with it. But the issue is that we asked you all originally for a certain amount to spend to do this. We're finding that we're exceeding that, and it's intended that we'll probably exceed it, the original ask next year. So what we're asking to do here is to get authority to spend whatever budget appropriation they had to keep this program moving forward.
And if it were to go to beyond that budget, then you would have to come to us for
A budget
amendment.
Yes.
So since you'd have to come to us for a budget amendment, that's enough of a safety net for me in this resolution to make sure that we're taking care of the health, safety, and welfare of the people that might be living next door to one of these properties that's not being taken care of. Thank you.
Real quickly, I know we try to make our decisions with data. We approved this resolution back in January 25. So it's about 18 months. How much have we spent in the last 18 months? You're saying that You want to increase it?
Well, but in January of 25, we started, so those expenses through September 30 of 25 would have been last fiscal year. So, but we can find out from October 1 through now.
Yeah, because, I kind of agree that there should be a dollar amount there, just not an open checkbook kind of philosophy. I think that, if you came back and said, we had $85,000, but we spent 140 or whatever the case may be.
We've spent the 85,000. That's why we're here today, to increase the
Yeah.
contract,
So-
because we've exhausted that.
You've
So we're at the
exhausted that.
85,000.
And so what do you, so what you're doing is asking now to,
So within their budget, they have an appropriation for outside services. And I'm just going to let me use the 300,000 that Brett said they're asking for next year. I don't know the number. Hypothetically, let's say they have a budget appropriation that was approved for 300,000. They have authorization under a contract that was awarded to spend up to 85,000 with one vendor, which still leaves them the balance of that budget appropriation to spend with other vendors or on other outside services. What they're asking for is the ability to spend that entire budget appropriation with these vendors under this contract so that they could seamlessly keep that process moving forward.
but what you're saying is we've allocated $85,000.
You all gave us the ability to spend 85,000 with that vendor. So there's two different things.
Okay.
When we come to you all with a contract, we're asking you to do a couple of things. Execute at a unit price for a specific service, but you're also you're putting an upper limit on how much we can spend with that one vendor. And so outside of coming back to you and getting that authorization raised, we would have to rebid it and go out to new vendors.
So are you saying in the last 18 months, we've exhausted that $85,000? Is that what you're saying?
It's not even 18 months. October 1 was the start of the fiscal year. So between October and May, so within the last 7 months, 8 months.
Okay. All right.
And it's not rainy season. So, a lot of it depends on also, our citizens and our businesses. If everybody's doing well, we don't need a lot of this. If it's not, and we wind up in a situation where people stop taking care of their properties, you could have a run on it. It's a fluctuating by month, fluctuating by year, which is why we thought the best thing to do was to say, okay, if we've gotten this amount of budget appropriation, let's get approval to not exceed that so we can go execute.
Mr. City Attorney, can we, if we wanted to today, could we put a ceiling, a cap on that versus
Part of the motion.
as a part of the motion? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Killenly.
Yeah, I was going to ask that, could we reduce that amount right now and just cap it at a level? And so based on that, and is there someone else? I would make a motion to approve it at a level of 200,000. Capped.
Not to exceed. Is that your motion, not to
Yes,
exceed?
that's
the
my,
two-
yes, not to
Okay.
exceed.
Is there a second for that motion? Second. All right. And we'll keep going down the line here. Councilmember Long?
Yep. Yeah, so I guess procedurally for that one, Mr. City Attorney, we would just split that difference between the two contracts that are being amended here.
Well, it sounds like you're talking about a total cap of 200, right? For
Correct.
this.
Correct.
So from my perspective, I would say it'd be approval of resolution 137-26 for a not to exceed amount of $200,000 in its aggregate.
Okay, well, what we're doing is we're modifying two existing contracts.
Right, they're two existing contracts, but you're identifying a monetary amount. for
Yeah, that's what I'm
this.
saying. We would apportion it evenly between the two, whatever the difference is. I would presume they're both the exact same.
Except that one, I think, is monetarily different than the other regarding,
They do, per mo, certainly, but they both have that same cap.
if you wanted to do that.
That's the way I understand it. But anyways, that wasn't my main point. I think what the mayor was trying to get at is how did we get to that three? And I know we're kind of going off track here, but how do we get to that 300 number with the data that we've got now? If you guys are saying that we capped at 85, where are we? Do we have a backlog of requests that would get us to that number, or
Well,
how did
Brett-
we come up with that arbitrary 300 if we spend 85 and now we're telling them that our wallet's empty?
While Brett's coming up there, I do want to point out to you all.
You know, and it's pertinent because now we've moved it to 200 when he's already said 300 next year. So I want to make sure.
Well, and that's why I want to bring up the next point. There are two different services here. One is for the overgrown grass and landscaping that runs wild. The other contract is for debris removal and repair services. So if there's junk on the property and we have to have junk lugged out, or there's an unsafe pool or a broken window, there's two different contracts. So I just want you to be mindful, if you're setting an aggregate, you're only really 100,000 each. You're only giving us 15,000 more. It's about 1 month of burn rate. So, but go ahead, Brett.
Okay, this Brett Limbaugh, Development Services Director. Thank you for the question. We were just looking over our numbers from last year, and we hit about 219,000. We're being much more aggressive this year, and we plan to be next year in abating these properties that have overgrown weeds and also junk and trash. And so the $300,000, I think we can keep within that and still do our job.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess, hold on, Mayor, I'm not done with that. So the numbers still aren't making sense because now you're talking about a 1 month burn rate. So if we're talking about, if we say that we've capped it at 85,000 and we've essentially said, hey, we can't go any further, but then he said we've spent over 200. How do we compare those two statements?
Last year, that's what we spent. This year, October through May, we've already spent the 85 and probably have a backlog of stuff sitting in
that's
the
what I'm
queue.
trying to
So we're
figure out.
spending over 10,000 a month with this program.
Okay. And then with respect to Councilmember Steinke's position that there's a stopgap, which could theoretically be correct if we're saying that if we're using this 300 number now, there's going to be a line item in their budget for that 300 next year. So in a roundabout way, if we were to go through the budget during the budget cycle, different from just itemizing it in a discussion like this on a consent agenda, you could theoretically pull that, modify it, and then curtail this program in that respect. To me, I would rather just do it here, put a limit on this, and then when it does come back, we would have a discussion similar to this, hopefully with a little more data on a biannual basis. This contract goes through 28. So yeah, I think we probably need to have a bigger discussion. I mean, I don't disagree that we could set it at 200, but if we set it at 200, we're already starting behind we're going backwards with regards to what we're.
Starting tomorrow, we're going to have some serious discussions about a lot of things. And this program.
Well, that's where I was getting
This
at.
program
We're talking about all these
is-
things about where we're cutting. Well, now we're burying stuff like this, not burying it, but we're just convoluting things like this. So we're never going to be able to itemize it and track it and say, hey, this is where we can trim some of that fat because it's so twisted up and there's no budget cap on this line item. Sure, it's going to be reflected in each individual department's budget and it's going to be fragmented. And I'm sure there's a million other instances of things just like this that if it were simple, if we could say, hey, this is what the cap is, this is where this money's at, rather than doing it in that way, I think it would be a lot easier moving forward.
Respectfully, $85,000 is not going to solve a $47 million.
Right, but when I hear that at every
So,
single meeting for
this
the
is
last
not-
5 years, that number adds up pretty quickly.
I need
So, I mean, if that- if, you know, we
47 recurring year over year.
Right,
This
but it-
85,000 will help us get there.
But if at every single meeting, you guys use that same justification, and I went back and counted all the meetings that I've done and heard that at, that number would be significant. That's my point. So respectfully, thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. The $300,000, and for those that understand sports and salary caps, the $300,000 seems to be the team salary cap. And you have a bunch of players inside of that, of which we have 2 players that are involved here. And right now, what you're saying is those 2 players are taking up a couple $100,000 of that salary cap. But what I also understood is that we can get rid of one of those players that's in the 100,000 that's left to pay to pay them and stay within that $300,000 salary cap. Because you said you could have interdepartment transfers so that if we don't need another outside vendor, that we have to use that 100,000 that's left inside of the 300. We could use it for this if in fact the need for those trash removal, debris, repair, overgrown vegetation was there. So I guess what I believe is true is we do have a $300,000 stopgap. These are only component parts inside of it that currently are within the 300, but they are above the 85 that currently exists. And that if we don't put a cap on it now, we still have the 300 cap that we put in the budget.
It's only a cap because that's what they asked for. They could ask for $500,000 if they want. I mean, it's.
It only becomes so a budget request and is initiated at the department level. Then that becomes a budget proposal through my office to you all. Then you all adopt a budget and those become appropriations. Following that, then there are requests to spend within the appropriation amount. So what they're saying is a request may not make it into my budget proposal, which also, as you all know, what I proposed to you all also doesn't always make it in the final adopted budget to become an appropriation. So what they're asking for under the current year, in this year, what you all approved as an appropriation in your adopted budget, they're asking for the authority to spend that amount for this program under code enforcement.
And what was that amount?
I don't,
Are you talking about the amount that it was this year?
I don't know. They're asking for what is in your outside services budget for code enforcement.
Yeah, so we're talking about that initial $85,000 amount, which was the amount approved in the budget. And that's what we're talking about, the amount that we have exceeded or we're about to ready to exceed. So we're going to have to transfer additional outside services monies from other programs within our budget to cover anything above and beyond that.
Anything else, Councilmember Steinke, since you had the floor?
That's it, thank you.
Councilmember Donnell?
Yes, I hear it and I understand everyone's point. I'm still a little stuck on the fact that this is a new program. And what I'm hearing the city manager say is that it's fluid. It just depends on a number of moving factors. And the operative word for me is it says not to exceed the budgetary amount, that we not to exceed the limit. So I'm just a little bit confused. We have professional staff out there and what we're talking about is debris removal and then lot mowing and lot cleanup. And I can assure you over my district, it's alive and well as early as this week. So we're going to trust them. My vote is yes to trust them, but we've already said go for it. They need it. And then they'll bring back anything that if it needs to exceed, but we can't grasp that right now with the data. I love data, but I understand what they're asking for. So just wanted to let you know that's why I'm supporting it. That's all.
Mr. City Manager, any other input at this point? I got a couple more council members. Councilmember Kaduc?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that this might not be readily available, but how much did we recover last year from code or lien recovery from this?
Right, it's minimal.
Council Kaduc, I don't have that information with me tonight, but I can certainly provide it to you.
I definitely think it's important because that offsets the 10,000 per month. So yeah, I do think we need that information. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, I just want to be clear, when we say not to exceed, it's each respective budget, right? So in this case, it's whatever their budget is. And to Councilmember Steinke's point, which was a valid point, we can control and curtail that as part of the larger budget process. But if we defer it to that and trust that this body is going to get down into the granular detail of DSD's $300,000 request, and we're fighting about whether we want to give fire 40 new employees or 50 new employees, we're mistaken. I think, and I was being sarcastic, I see your confusion. But if it is a new project. And so to me, I would rather do it in this format, set a cap, come back, because that's how projects work, right? Is you get updates, daily updates. If we set the cap and let them go and do their thing, and they're doing the work. I'm not saying the work's not being done, but it takes away, it strips us of that check-in that you typically would see associated with a new project. If it is in its initial stages, set it at 200 and we'll be back when they hit the 200, which seems like it's going to be probably within 6 to 8 months or next year, and we would do it again. That's just the point that I was getting to. You could do it Councilman Steinke's way, certainly, but I think this is more of a line item issue that we could actually address individually rather than as a holistic budgetary process. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so I understand the motion and the second that's on the table right now, what we would be establishing is we'd be establishing a $200,000 budget inside of the $300,000 budget. So we've got a $300,000 budget that includes stuff like this. So right now, the motion that's on the table says, all right, we've got that 300, but if you're going to exceed 200 for just these services, then you got to come back and allow us to use that other 100 that we already have set aside for this kind of stuff for these two contractors. That's what this motion is representing. Putting more control on what's inside that 300.
Yes, and that you all do that through your code of ordinances. So in the code, you all legislate the internal control of what we can spend before we come back to you and say, we need approval on this. So authorization for amounts lower, we're allowed to, go get and execute. When you hit a certain threshold, the code that you all have set requires us to come before you all and have a presentation and discussion on why administration believes it's in the best interest of the community or the program that we've been tasked with administrating to execute. And so this discussion is for me and for my staff. This was the intent of why you all set thresholds in this, is you may have within that budget. And so I know I've been saying, let's say 300, that amount may be $1 million. But once we go over 50,000 with any vendor, we need to come to you and present that. So within $1 million, we could have 20 vendors at 50,000. We would have to bring all 20 of those to you based on the way that the current procurement ordinance is set up. It is a form, as Councilmember Long said, as a council internal control, a check and a balance on how much are we spending, what is the program providing. Yes. But your analogy of what you would be doing based on what we requested and then setting it lower than that would be exactly what you said.
I was okay with the management inside of that 300,000 to give the authority to use that extra money towards this if necessary. But the motion and the second that's on the table right now, it gets us halfway. It gets us halfway there, and if that's what it takes for us to move forward and keep this program in place, I can support the motion and the seconds on the table. But I was also prepared to support the original 137.26, just knowing that we already had the 300 stopgap. Thanks.
All right, seeing no other lights on, Madam City Clerk.
Your Honor, the motion on the floor is to approve Resolution 137-26 with a not to exceed of $200,000. City Attorney Boxner shared terminology in its aggregate. I'm just making sure everyone knows that's not part of the motion right now.
I'll check with the motion maker to start with. Is your intent is to add,
That's correct.
and does the second agree?
Thank you.
All right. Please call the roll.
Lehman? Aye. Long?
Aye.
Steinke?
Aye.
Donnell?
No.
Gunter?
Aye.
Paduk?
Aye.
Kilrain?
Aye.
Lastra?
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Okay, let's move on to item 10 in the consent agenda, which is Resolution 142-26. Councilmember Lehman, you pulled this item. I'll give you the floor, ma'am.
Yes. Mr. City Manager, who damaged this gravity sewer main is right by the end of Beach Parkway, right by J.C. Park. Who damaged the main?
Was a communication provider.
All right, Mr. City Attorney, are they going to be paying for it? I
What's the
mean,
word?
we're approving $165,000, and we're issuing a contractor to repair it, $165,000. Are we going after the communications people that damaged it?
Yes, Councilmember Lehman, thank you. Whenever we do identify who's responsible in the situation, and once the work has been completed, and we've itemized the monetary costs associated with the emergency repair, we do proceed in collecting that. If the insurance company does not pay, we do initiate litigation. You've authorized a resolution to that effect. I think that was probably done about 6 months ago, and we have been pursuing that for those contractors that do in fact damage our infrastructure. So we will be pursuing, to answer your question.
We
yes.
will be pursuing
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
With that, I want to make a motion to approve 142-26.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. I see no other lights on. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Duke,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, item 15 was pulled by Councilmember Kaduc, which is Resolution 150-26. I'll give you the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. I really just pulled this because I think everyone knows exactly where I stand. We really should not be approving this until after the budget workshop tomorrow and after the reviews of all of the unsolicited PPPs that have come in. And even Councilmember Kilrain said we could wait until July to get that information in. So before we spend all of our spare cash, I'm going to be voting no on this. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 150-26.
Motion to approve.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
No.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
No.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
Okay, let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 8B, appointments to boards and committees. The first of which is the Youth Council. Apparently, we have one junior vacancy and one with one applicant. And we have 2 applicants for one position as well as a senior vacancy. So we have one junior vacancy, one senior vacancy, one applicant for the junior, 2 applicants for the senior. So we will address the junior first. We have one applicant for that position, so I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve Beyond Francis to that position.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, we have 2 senior vacancies. Madam City Clerk, do we know if we have anyone in attendance tonight?
I'm not aware of anyone checking in.
Okay, could we maybe
Announce the name.
announce the names and see if anyone's here?
Alexander Lopez Guava and Emmy Cruz.
Okay, doesn't look like any of those individuals are here. So with that being said, I will entertain a motion for the senior vacancy position.
Mayor,
Motion
I'd
to
like to-
approve Amy Cruz.
Okay? Other than nominating someone, Councilmember Steinke, did you have an additional comment?
I had the same nomination or motion to
Okay.
appoint.
All right. Seeing no lights on, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Cruz.
That motion's already been made for
Excuse
Cruiser.
me? Yes.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, let's move on to item C is unfinished business. C1's follow-up items for council, nothing listed. Item C2 is follow-up items for city management. There is nothing listed. Item 3 is J.C. Park concessionaire term sheet, and I will turn that over to Mr. City Manager.
No update.
No update at this time?
No.
Okay. With that being said, I'm assuming that you're still working through the process.
I have been trying to get in communication with the other party unsuccessfully.
Okay. All right. And I would assume, and I'll check with my colleagues here, when is our next regular meeting, Madam City Clerk?
July 15th.
Would it be the desire of the council to add this item of discussion? That it's almost another month away.
Absolutely.
Hopefully, we
Yes.
will have some type of movement by then.
Yeah.
Or have to take a different direction. Is everybody good with that?
Yes.
All right. So if you could add that, please. Okay, next item on the agenda is item 4. I think this particular item has come forward as a result of discussions we had at our previous committee of the whole. And I think during those discussions, the city attorney had advised if we want to have further discussion that then we would have to bring it back for reconsideration. So do we want to, is there anyone who is on the prevailing side, which is Councilmember Lastra, Lehman, Long, myself, or Kaduk, that would like to make a motion for reconsideration on Resolution 7-26?
I'll make the motion for reconsideration.
Okay, and is there a second? I'll second the motion for discussion. So what that basically does is we have to vote on the reconsideration now. So Madam City Clerk, if you could call the roll, please.
Lehman,
Well, wait, we should have discussion.
Well, it's,
Well, if you'd like to have discussion on the motion's only going to take us back to a point where we open up discussion.
You could have a discussion on a
Now.
motion for reconsideration if there's,
You want to have the discussion now? Okay,
for the reconsideration,
for the reconsideration vote.
correct,
So not on the topic, but as a result of
correct.
the reconsideration.
Just the reconsideration.
Okay, so we'll open up for discussion on the reconsideration vote, I guess whether to do or not to do. Okay,
Okay, thank you. So I think the city attorney knows where I stand when I pulled this when it was at our May 20th meeting. It was the first item on consent and I pulled it. And then again at the cow, I kind of gave him the what for because my whole purpose, and I hope you guys see my point, is that this should have been a whole new resolution with the correct verbiage in it. And I was hoping that that's, instead of it being a reconsideration, that we were going to get a correct resolution. And we've talked about that. And Mr. City Attorney, if you can make this right, that would be great.
If the motion for reconsideration is in fact accomplished, and if in fact there is an approval of Resolution 7-26, I will make certain that based upon what was discussed during the committee of the whole, modify the final resolution that is ultimately signed, making reference specifically to just the property maintenance facilities authorization for the pre-construction services and eliminate, and by eliminate, remove that that portion from the resolution that pertains to the portion for the property management facility.
See, it's so very convoluted and a mess. It should have came to us the correct way the first time, which is why I pulled it the first time rather than it being stuffed on consent. So that's my concern and my hesitation with this. The property management facility has been long removed. So that verbiage is in here and it's in our backup and it's everywhere. So I don't feel comfortable with it. Thank you.
just a quick question, Mr. City Attorney. I mean, could it be as simple as to incorporate I know there's a lot of hypotheticals here, but if the motion to reconsider passes, then it comes back for discussion, and eventually at some point, there's a motion to approve it. Could we just, within the motion, delete the words "in the property management facility"?
There's 3 areas that I would say that it needs to be removed. The first is being in the title and where it says approving contract, authorizing pre-construction services. Yes, so approving the contract. So you would remove the and property management facility and just do fleet maintenance facility. The next location is where it says the city manager recommends. That is the whereas clause, the second to last. And lastly, where it would say that in section 1, which is now therefore, you would make the modification there by removing and property management facility in both 1 and 2 and just end it with facility.
Okay, thank you.
It's a relatively, from my perspective, relatively clean adjustment, as long as you all make that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. I would speak in support of the reconsideration so that we can simply address the removal of that language. It was a mistake, and it was fully understood that it wasn't to include property management. And for us simply to go back, get rid of that verbiage, gives me every reason to allow it to come up for reconsideration. So I speak in favor of the reconsideration.
Okay, thank you. No other lights on. We have a motion and a second on the floor for a reconsideration for Resolution 7-26. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduke,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Mr. City Attorney, my understanding what this will do will take us to a point in time where Councilmember Kilrain made a motion and was seconded by Councilmember Donnell to approve Resolution 7-26 with the deletion of that portion regarding property management facilities. Is that correct?
Yes, and just to clean it up, it would be an approval of Resolution -7-26 with the understanding that the portion pertaining to the property management facility and the approval of that contract located within the title in the second to last whereas clause and in sections 1 and 2 of the now therefore are deleted and only ending with fleet maintenance facilities. So that is all that you'd be approving is for the fleet maintenance facility. And while the other portion will remain, it needs to remain in there because that is in fact what was originally sent out in the competitive solicitation.
And I shall move my resolution for approval to incorporate what the attorney had just identified.
Second agrees? Okay, is there any other comments? Seeing no other lights on, we have a motion for approval and a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Kaduke,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Okay, we will move on to the companion resolution as a result of the previous vote, which is Resolution 122-26. Again, very similar. We would need a motion for reconsideration for Resolution 122-26 as well, since it's a companion resolution. So I'll entertain a motion for any motion for reconsideration.
I'll make the motion for reconsideration there. Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the reconsideration as far as the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
Aye.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell, Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, so again, if Mr. City Attorney, my understanding, the vote before was for denial, is that correct? And it was an 8-0 vote.
Correct.
So that puts us back to that motion as well, is that correct?
Yes.
So since that motion was for denial, can the motion maker change that vote, or will we have to vote on that motion first?
The motion maker can modify that motion.
Okay, and who was that motion maker? I don't have that information.
I thought that it was Councilmember Lastra, but don't hold me to that. I'm sure the clerk will.
One moment.
I think it was last year.
I'm sorry, I do have that information now that I read down the list
I
for
believe
the
it's
Councilmember Kaduc moved this for denial, and it was seconded by Councilmember Lastra
Yes.
to deny Resolution 122-26. So with that being said, we either have to vote on the motion or the motion maker would have to change their motion. Councilmember Kaduc, since you moved to deny, do you wish to change your motion?
Motion to approve Resolution 122-26.
Second.
So the second agrees?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the motion and the second have agreed to modify their motion for approval. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, we have a motion and a second for approval for Resolution 122-26. Please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
Aye.
Donnell,
Aye.
Gunter,
Aye.
Paduk,
Aye.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
Aye.
7 ayes, 1 nay, motion carried.
Thank you. 8D is new business. D1 is possible surplus properties and commercial appraisal value discussion. I added this to the agenda. As we all know, we've had some discussions in the past regarding surplus properties. And my understanding, this council had directed staff to go back and receive some appraisals for those properties that were identified. Additionally, my understanding before we can move forward, if this body desires, is these properties have to come back as in a ordinance or resolution listed as surplus properties before we can move forward with any sale thereof. Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
You do have to identify which properties that are deemed surplus, and that does have to come before you for approval, yes.
Okay, so that's why I wanted to bring that back. First, to give staff the opportunity to provide the information that we have already received, and then see what the direction of this body is on any or all of those properties to move forward for the sale. If so, then it has to be brought back, and we have to identify them and vote as surplus properties. So, Mr. City Manager, do you have any other input regarding this discussion and the properties that were listed in the appraised values?
I don't. I mean, what we provided to you is what the zoning and the future land use is. So on some of these, for example, you can see the commercial corridor in the PERD. Some of them are R1 with single family, and some of them are multifamily. So I don't know if you want to see where these are in the city and if they have any other value, or if you just want to, I mean, we provided the list as was requested.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kilwain.
Yeah, just City Manager, if you would, anything on this list that you might point out that we might be able to utilize for either commercial or professional here?
As far as
Fitting some of our current potential plans that we're looking at?
no, what I would recommend, you know, so we're looking at surplus, what we believe, you know, it could be commercial property in surplus, because it's single family, multifamily, in like the PERD or commercial corridor. I would recommend that, we have an economic development plan that deals with creating and establishing a land bank. We've had several discussions with you about strategic acquisitions along certain properties. So if we do offload these, I would recommend a use at the end rather than just falling to unassigned fund balance. I would recommend that we put it into the land reserve so that we could then basically almost indirectly do a property swap, through the sale.
And I guess I'd be in support of that. The only modification to that might be based on the discussions with the impending budget constraints we may be looking at. That may change, that we may want to just develop some available cash. If we put it in a land bank prior to doing that, is that retractable? Okay, so, all right. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Just a quick question, Mr. City Manager, could we put that in a restricted fund that would give only the city council the authorization to release those funds for whatever they so desired, whether you come back to us for a land purchase of some other sort that's in the best needs of the city, or whatever else we want to use that for?
If you put it in the land reserve, anytime that we need this request to utilize reserves, we have to get approval.
That wasn't really my question. My question was, can we just stick it in a restricted fund? And before those monies could be utilized, it would have to come back to the city council. I guess very similar to what you're saying with the land bank. But in light of yesterday's news and what Councilmember Kilrain said, we really don't know what we're going to utilize these monies for. And if you add all of these properties up, I'm guessing you're probably pretty close to $1.5 million to $2 million that we can, of course, that's one-time funding. But that's something that we could use somewhere down the road. So my question is to the finance director, could we stick that in a restricted fund?
So currently we have a land surplus reserve, as the city manager had alluded to, where proceeds do go into. So recently you authorized to use the proceeds from the land sale, Seven Islands land sale. You authorized use of that, but these proceeds would go into this reserve and be used at your discretion. So we already have something set up for that purpose without putting it into a restricted fund. It's in a restricted reserve, a committed reserve.
And I know you're going to.
The answer is it is a restricted fund.
Right. Now, let me ask you another question. Does the city manager have the authorization up to a certain dollar amount to expend any of those funds? In other
Reserves?
words, no, because it is restricted? Okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure your $100,000 cap wasn't applicable.
That's an operating budget only, not reserve. Any reserves have to come through council.
Okay. Councilmember Kilrain?
No, I guess just based on that, I would move to put this into a resolution to start preparing those properties for sale after you do whatever additional evaluation you have to do, and look at putting in a restricted account, any proceeds from that.
Is there a motion? That sounded like a motion, correct?
Yeah, it's trying to be a motion.
Yeah. Is there a second to the motion? It sounded like your motion was, and correct me if I'm wrong, to put this in a resolution to be brought back before city council to identify these properties as surplus property and then move forward with having the city list the properties for sale. Is that what you're saying?
Couldn't have said it better myself.
All right. All right. And is there a second?
Second.
All right. All right, Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to recommend that we would bring this to a cow with the opportunity to have a map and see where all these properties are, because to term them as surplus without knowing whether we might need them somewhere in the future. When I think about our mobility plan, when I think about additional needs that we have infrastructure-wise, where we may need, to put other force mains in the future. I'd like to know where these properties are before I would tag them as surplus. They may be surplus right now, but they might not be surplus 2 years from now. And so we sell them and we throw the money into a fund that is restricted. And then all of a sudden we find that we need to buy some properties to make a roundabout or whatever. So for me, before I tag something as surplus and start a process of preparing them for sale, I'd like to know where they are. I couldn't support that motion right now without knowing where these properties are. I've seen a ton of properties in the Southwest, and we've got transportation issues around there. So I'd rather see us bring this for discussion with a location map, and decide which ones truly are surplus and which ones are, hey, this is one lot sitting out in the middle of nowhere and we don't need it, we'll never need it. Yeah, let's go ahead and raise the cash we need for something else. So I couldn't support that motion based on that. Thanks.
Yeah, and Mr. City Manager, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we've already had that type of a discussion. This is only a small fraction of the properties that the City of Cape Coral own. And I thought we've already looked at the list of properties and identified these properties of not having a public purpose. Is that correct?
Good evening, City Council members, Mayor. Dawn Andrews with the Real Estate Division. So the list that was provided, which is in front of you tonight, was provided in December last year because you wanted to know what properties we could surplus. On that list, we still need to vet the residential properties. Amy Yearsley with the Affordable Housing is looking at properties. Every 3 years, they put properties on for their program. So we need to go through those. I agree that we've looked at them. We believe that they can be surplus, but now that we have the appraisals on the commercial properties, we will go through the various departments, make sure nobody has a need for those specific properties. We can definitely get a map put together and have these properties located. There were several properties that, on the residential properties, those properties were ceded to the city from the county because people weren't paying their taxes. I did notice that there's several properties on there that are in the northwest or the northeast and the northwest, north of Pine Island Road, where we don't have any utilities. Therefore, some of those properties, the residential properties, could possibly be used for lift stations in the future, UEP areas, or save maybe if the lift station can't go on that site-specific property because we don't have a design. We don't know where the lift stations are going to need to go. Then we can save that property for a swap with the person who doesn't want to sell the property that I need to put the lift station on that location. So there is some more vetting that needs to be done. And then we can put the map together and bring that back at a cow or whatever you decide. But there is still another step that needs to go through, and we are working through that process as well.
Okay. Yeah, so that's, I thought we had already went through that process when we looked at all of the properties that we have. And this was just a list that was brought forward for the appraisal, and then the city council had directed staff to go ahead and get the appraisals.
So the appraisals were only on the commercial properties. That was the direction in December.
Right.
The residential ones, again, once Amy pulls off her pieces, then we can look at them, get the appraisal amounts. Those values that are shown, we did some research, me and my team, and we did the research based on what properties were going for in that location of each property and use those numbers at this time.
So I would withdraw my motion pending that review because I thought they were analyzed already. So I think that'd be the proper way to do it too.
Okay. So the motion maker will withdraw his motion. So how many other properties do we have? I think if we're going to look at this, we need to look at all the properties that the city owns and identify if it has a public purpose, or for some reason we will have to keep a particular parcel for whatever reason. We have a multitude of properties, more than what's just listed here, my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes. So the city has the parcels that are identified by scrap number on a spreadsheet that I've shared over time with y'all. The ones that are on this list, as I said, were escheated. We have other ones that have escheated by the county to the city that aren't on the list because they don't have clear title. So when you get a tax deed, you have to wait 4 years for it to clear itself. Otherwise, we would have to spend money and do suit for quiet title to clear the title before we would be able to sell them. I can put those together so you can see them on a map, but they're not ripe, if you will, to be sold at this time.
Yeah, we can't sell them because we don't have a clear title.
Right. Otherwise, we'll be spending money that maybe we don't need to at this time.
Yeah, I think, let me tell you what my goal is. And my goal here is if we have property that's surplus, and, I've been here 8.5 years, and we've had a multitude of properties that have sat here probably the 8.5 years as long as I have. If we don't have a need for it, and we have it, we need to sell it. We can use that monies for something else. I understand it's one-time money. We got 3 firehouses we got to build in the next 5 years. If we can get $2 million in sales, if we have an $8 million firehouse, we can put that money towards it. That's how I look at it. So that's what the end goal is here for me. So if that's the end goal of city council, then that's the direction we'll give staff.
And especially important now with the budget constraints you're going to be seeing, I think, so.
So is everyone okay with that? All right, Mr. City Manager, does that give the collective direction?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So let's go ahead and move on in the agenda. We have item D2, which is potential amendments to the council rules and procedures regarding citizens' input and ADA requests. So Mr. City Attorney, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Hold off before you do that. I had a few lights on.
Yeah.
Does those council members still desire to speak, or did we give the direction to council? I didn't want to cut anybody off. Looks like we had Councilmember Kilrain had the floor. Councilmember Kaduki, you were next. So I just want.
Yeah, I converted the PDF to an Excel and I added it up, and it was $6.1 million in surplus properties. And just keep in mind that we're going to be selling this in a down market. I don't know if that's exactly the smartest thing that we should be doing, but that's all I was going to add.
Okay. Councilmember Kilrain, do you have any?
All right, that's good. I just want to clear the point that, that we really need to produce some cash here, I think, in the near term, and I think that's a good way of doing it. So.
Okay, I don't see any other lights on. I'm sorry I interrupted you there, Mr. City Attorney, but I want to make sure I didn't cut anybody off. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. This is a matter that ultimately I have spoken with you all individually. There has been a citizen that had made a request specifically pursuant to Title II of the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, and their request was a specific accommodation that we're essentially required to address. I have spoken with you all in regards to the mechanism and the manner by way of which we can accomplish this endeavor. I did not have a level of certainty during those conversations. There's always a potential threat of litigation, so that's why we had those one-on-one conversations. But I did give you all a couple different options that can be utilized. Some of those options call for moving the meeting start time to a different time, identifying a time certain for citizen input, identifying a time certain for those individuals who may make a request pursuant to an ADA moving forward. But as a result of the level of uncertainty, I have to bring this all before you right now. There's no amendment that has been formally before you, and I need you all to come to some level of agreement, but I do need a resolution on that today.
Okay, thank you. So
Thank you, Mayor.
with that being said, I'll open it up for any discussion moving forward. Councilmember Lastra.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, the individual that applied for this accommodation, is the reason due to the current timing of the meeting or citizens' input?
We don't have a specific time set forth right now,
Okay,
but that is the catalyst by way of which they're asserting that there's a requirement for an accommodation.
okay. So then potential options could be moving the meeting up earlier in the day or changing the time of citizens' input back to the beginning?
You could have the meeting moved up earlier in the day. You are correct. You could have, as part of moving the meeting up earlier in the day, a time certain for citizens' input. You could have a time certain for those individuals who make a request for an ADA accommodation that's legally sufficient pursuant to federal law. So there's variations therefrom that can be accomplished.
So what you're stating is then we could make that accommodation for individuals that are requesting this ADA accommodation. And what you're saying is that we could say, we're going to start citizens input at 5 p.m. No matter what business is going on, we'd stop it, start citizens input, all of it at let's say 5 p.m., for example. Or would we have to just designate that certain time frame for the individual with the ADA accommodation request?
What you just articulated is correct. You could
Okay.
do a time certain for all citizens input, starting at 5 o'clock, 5:30. If you move the meetings up to, for example, 9 a.m., you can do a 9:05 citizens input time certain. You can do an ADA request time certain as well at 9:05. You could then have the remaining of the citizens input as we've done before at the end of the meeting. So we have various options that will in fact work. My goal here is to ensure that we do not have a situation like this moving forward so that we don't have to worry about that in the future.
So what you're saying is that our current council procedures do not accommodate this particular ADA request, correct?
It does not accommodate it because there is no time certain. We just identified at the end of the meeting. So if our meeting runs, like our last meeting did for let's say 4 or 5 hours, that is the basis by way of which they've asserted their request under the ADA that they're unable to sit for that period of time.
Okay. I have serious concerns about moving the meeting up too early in the day. To me, that negates, again, working people being able to attend this meeting. I'll hear what the rest of my council says, and maybe weigh in as I hear others' opinions. As you all recall, I did do an analysis from when we did citizens input in the beginning of the meeting versus when we moved it to the end of the meeting, and the numbers really hadn't changed enough to sway a majority of you to go back to that. So I will listen to what you have to say, but I am going to say this: if we do make a change, I still want to make sure citizens can speak prior to the consent agenda. If this is our time to do that, I'd really like to see this council move that forward because it's the right thing to do, but I'll wait and hear from the rest of us. Thank you.
And if I may, what we currently have is not a violation of the ADA. The only reason why we're here today is because someone has made a explicit request pursuant to Title II of the ADA, and that is why we're here today. But for that, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you.
Okay.
And I'm trying to address any potential further requests because of the uncertainty as to when it is citizens input will be definitively held. So that way, if we establish it either at the beginning or time certain, that ultimately would be able to accomplish what we're trying, what we'll be dealing with in potential future.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, I'm just going back to what I think we're facing budget-wise here in the near future and the fiscal constraints that's going to put upon us. And I think that our meetings is now structured really require a lot of overtime by staff and a lot of professionals in here. So we did a survey a bit back as to how other local areas are doing their meetings. I'm talking about the cities and county commissioners in the nearby counties. I'd like to take a look at that and see what that might be, and maybe consider doing something similar to what they're doing.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah. I personally am in favor of leaving the meeting at 4 o'clock. However, moving citizens' input right after the roll call, before the changes to the agenda or anything else. This way, citizens would have the ability to comment on the consent agenda or on anything else on the agenda. Not all citizens look at the agenda prior to attending the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell.
It's interesting. The question I have for the city attorney, because we met, your last statement said that as we currently are running the meetings, that we are not violating the ADA. Did I hear you say that very clearly?
That's correct.
Okay, so where the confusion comes in is then you're bringing this forward. That's why I'm confused. We're not currently running it where we're violating it. But you're concerned that I'm lost, fill in the blank right there.
I'm concerned about, the concern is that there's a request that's made specifically regarding their ability to speak and their inability to wait until citizens' input ends. The concern is that if that is not addressed, or if that's not corrected, then we have an issue that, as it stands right now, for that one individual, based upon what they've requested, we would have an issue to address.
Yeah. Okay, council. Here's where, when we met, I'll tell them, this is going to catch them by surprise, so I apologize. But I told them I'm a hard no, because they've reached out to try to help this individual make sure that they can participate in our meetings. So I want to make sure that's clear. Yes, that happened in the meeting. But there's been a lot of talk up here. Thank you for the data. What I've heard, and I've been tracking it too, not as close as you have, is that there really is no difference in it. But it's a hot topic out there. So I'm saying to you all, in the spirit of looking at all the things we have to tackle as a group, I am so moved if we're saying we can just move, keep things status quo, because we moved the time from late to front, and there's been a lot of buzz about it. I'm okay with putting it to the front, and now we can capture that data too, and then maybe downstream we can move it back. So I just want to let you know the why. This way, that takes that off center, because no public input, don't want to hear from us, but also we can use the fact that we will then address the issue of ADA for this individual and anyone else. So I just want to let you all know, I didn't want you to think I was flip-flopping on you, but this is not one that, for me, with all the stuff we have coming up, that, we take a lot of oxygen from our council. That's all.
Thank you. The council member could do.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason why it's moved to the end is because when we were all on the campaign trail, people were saying that they couldn't get to the meetings on time. So therefore, if we're going to move it back to the front, the meeting time cannot start at 4 p.m. when people have to drive over the bridge to get here from work. And I would be one of those people. So if we're going to move it to the beginning, which whatever this body wants to do, I'm fine with. But the whole reason why we moved it to the end was because of the traffic, et cetera, so people could get here should they want to speak. If that's the case, the meeting time needs to start at 5:30 or 6, because people need to drive here from Fort Myers, because we know that we're lacking commercial businesses here, and most people drive out of this city every single day to go to work. So if we're going to move it to the front, great. Now the meeting starts at 5:30 or 6. Or we pick a time that we say at 6 p.m. is citizens input, and we stop what we're doing in our agenda. And I believe, in fact, I'd like that information. I believe we used to do that with the CRA meetings a few years ago. It used to be at whatever, I'm making a fake time, at 12:15 is citizens input, and then they would go back to their agenda. I remember watching the videos. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
I absolutely am opposed to making the meeting start at 5:30, 6 o'clock at night. We have staff, we have legal professionals that have to come and testify. And so I wouldn't be in favor of that. Mr. City Attorney, when it relates to setting a fixed time, and you deal with the duration of someone being able to sit for a period of time, because I think that's the issue that we've got here. If the meeting starts at the same time at 4 o'clock, how do we stay within ADA to state the citizens' input would occur within a certain amount of time of that starting? If the person can't sit for the 5 hours it takes to get the citizens' input, although if we're going to get the meeting started at 4, we have people that don't get off work till 5, and we want to set up citizens' input at a reasonable breaking point that we can begin citizens' input. How much time is someone expected to be able to wait? Is there any like rules around that?
No, but in hearing you all, if you want to take a surgical approach, the only surgical approach I could conceive of is this. If there is no appetite to modify the start time of the meeting to an earlier time, then we establish as a time certain for citizens input who submit a legitimate request pursuant to the ADA. And let's say we start at 4, if we want to do it at 4:15, by the time we get everything done, then we would stop everything at 4:15, commence with the ADA. Whatever time is utilized for that will be deducted from the overall citizens input at the end of the meeting. That's, from what I'm hearing you all, that's about as surgical as I can probably get with it.
Well, I would personally not be in favor of singling out someone that has ADA issues from all the rest of the citizens. I think the citizens all come at one time. So I believe that the way we arrange this,
this
needs to have all of the citizens at the same time.
This would happen anyway, because there would have to be an explanation as to why it is that we'd be doing it. So it would be identified anyway. It's while I understand what you're saying, and that's why I've kept essentially as vanilla as I possibly can during this conversation, but they have made a request, and that request would be out of the norm of what our agenda is. And so in order to comply with that, it would be clear that this was the process we were traveling under in terms of satisfying federal law.
And the last thing, there was mention of research that was done for other cities and counties and when they hold their meetings
I believe
to accommodate all
I'm
that.
not going to speak for the city manager, but he's got that in his.
So we sent that out earlier this week as soon as Councilmember Kilrain asked for it. Essentially, Collier County, Lee County, Charlotte County, and the cities, only the city of Fort Myers and the city of Cape Coral meet in the afternoon. The rest all meet in the morning.
So the other cities and the counties all have their meetings in the morning.
Yep.
We're one of only 2 that have them in the evening. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah, I would have no problem moving the meeting to 9 a.m. However, I still think that we need to move citizens' input. If we do it right after roll call, then any changes, and I'm saying all of citizens' input, then citizens would have the right, they'd be able to talk about changes to the consent agenda, things they're not happy about on the consent agenda, not just the public hearings end of the meeting. I think it would make more sense. And I'm talking not just the ADA accommodation, but all of citizens' input. That hour, I think it makes more sense. And by moving the meeting to 9 a.m., and I realize, people that work full-time, it's going to be a problem for them. But by me moving it, we are then not paying overtime or stressing out other than the council, city employees that have to be here at the meetings. When we start at 4 o'clock and to start at 6, it makes it even worse. It's costing the city more money. Let's
Please keep your comments to yourself.
let's cut down the additional cost is what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I guess I'll jump in here since I haven't spoken yet. First off, I understand the issue with the ADA issue, that we want to make sure that we address. First off, I'm not in favor of moving the meetings past 4 p.m. that we have now. And it's already been stated, mainly because of staff and the overtime that we incur as a result of that, to have our staff here, not to mention all the professionals, whether it's, the engineers, the attorneys, and all those individuals. I do believe since we're addressing the ADA, the best thing to do is to bring the citizens' input forward in the agenda and have the whatever the ADA requirement is, so there's a time certain, and also for the other citizens' input. The ripple effect for the moving the citizens' input further back in the agenda, even though we may have been trying to help give residents an opportunity to try to get here. The ripple effect of that decision was the people that were here, it didn't give them the opportunity to provide input on the consent agenda. That was the ripple effect of that decision. So for me, I would support moving the citizens' input back forward. Looking at the agenda today, we call the meeting to order. We have the invocation, the Pledge of Allegiance, the roll call. We adopt the agenda. And I think we got to get our recognitions and achievements done first. Because the last thing that I want to do is, if we're recognizing a baseball team here, I don't want them to get here at 4 o'clock and have to stay. Even if the citizens' input is an hour, they may be here till 5:15 before they can even come up for their recognition. So my suggestion would be to put citizens' input directly after the recognitions of achievements, and then we'll have the citizens' input and then move forward with our agenda accordingly. That'll help the ADA situation. It'll also help by giving the community and the citizens who attend the opportunity to provide input regarding the consent agenda. So I would do that at either the 4 p.m. Meeting, or if this collective body wanted to have the meetings at 9, I would support it then as well. If you look at all of the governmental, whether it's municipality or a county, all of those particular business meetings in all of those counties, and only 2 are having them in the afternoon, you have to ask yourself, how come we're not doing ours at 9 a.m.? I'm a firm believer today with email, today with, we continued with e-comments. The reason that we established e-comments in the beginning is because of COVID. And we didn't want to have people have to come here to the meeting to provide input. But that worked so well after COVID that we decided to keep it. Just like today, I don't know, about 3 o'clock, I read the e-comments before I came here. There were only 2 or 3, but there's still that opportunity. So I believe if we did move the meeting till 9, it still gives the community the opportunity to be able to provide input. You may have people who work in the evenings. They may work the 3 to 11 shift that can never come here. So there's 2 sides to that coin. There could be people that are working in the evening that never can attend, but they could come in the morning. So you kind of have to look at it all sides. So in summary, I think putting it after I would support putting citizens' input after the recognition and achievements for all citizens' input. I think that will take care of several problems. But I wouldn't do a meeting later than 4 p.m. but I would also support a earlier meeting as well. So that's where I'm at. Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, City Attorney, are you aware of any problems in other municipalities around here with the ADA condition come up?
In our examination of it, it's not really an issue. I know that some other places do, in fact, do deal with it, but it's usually a one-off.
Okay, all right, and basically, we have CAL meetings right now in the morning. We still get similar citizens' input and involvement in those meetings. I'd be supportive of 9 o'clock and under the mayor's proposition of moving the time to that portion in the agenda as he described. So I'd be supportive of that. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mr. City Manager, see your light on. I'll go to you before I continue down the list here.
I just wanted to go through the information so that the information's out there. So Lee County meets at 9:30 a.m. Charlotte County meets at 9 a.m. Collier County meets at 9 a.m. Naples meets at 8:30 a.m. Bonita meets at 9 a.m. Estero meets at 9:30 a.m. Sanibel meets at 9 a.m. Fort Myers meets at 9 a.m. We meet at 4, and Fort Myers meets at 4:30. So just wanted to make sure it was out there.
Thank you, Councilmember Kadup.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, hold on, you were done?
Yeah, I just want to also mention with the fiscal conditions we're now facing too, I think it's a logical move in that area for both saving staff time, overtime, and also for the professionals. So it's just the timing may be right now. So thank you.
Councilmember Kadup.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, I believe we're still not addressing the issue. There is no time certain of when citizens' input is, which is, I think, what everyone is missing here. We have to say citizens' input is at 4:15, period.
That is a clear result that could happen, but
We're accommodating one individual request so far that we've received for ADA compliance because there was no time certain of when citizens' input was. So now we need to correct that error by saying citizens' input is at 5:45 p.m., correct?
let me just modify it. You are correct, yes, and let me just add a little bit more onto that. As additionally, the assertion was because it's not an issue of time certain, it's because it's no longer at the very beginning, that they are asserting their inability for sitting there that long. So if you recall, where the mayor is identified as between, it would become the new 7.
Yep.
Right, that's usually done within the first, I think, 10, 15 minutes at best. Based upon what I read with this, with his request for accommodation, that would not run afoul.
Unless one of us sat up here and we did a bunch of changes and adoptions to the agenda, and we had 18 high schoolers that we wanted to recognize, and we had the rowing club that we wanted to give awards to, and. So we're not really attacking the problem.
If you take it to its extreme, there could be a potential for a longer delay.
The cleanest way to do this, in my humble opinion, would be a time certain.
Well, and if there was an appetite for, and I was going to say that if there's an appetite for the 9 a.m. meeting, what I would encourage you all is to do a
9:05 start time.
At 9:15, 9 o'clock start time and a 9:15 citizens input, because it would be undeniable that no one would then be able to, moving forward, from my perspective, assert that they would need an accommodation for this aspect, because we've identified a time certain. You just have to show up here at 9:14 and speak, because we'd be starting citizens input at 9:15. So while Councilor Lehman mentioned 9 a.m., I was going to say I would strongly encourage us to doing a citizens input at 9:15.
And on the agenda, it would reflect so.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's my problem with this. We've talked about it, and we could put it as number 7 or whatever, wherever we want to put it. But again, that is no time certain, which is what my understanding of this ADA request is a time certain. And even since we started this meeting at 4 o'clock, we've seen the chambers fill up even farther, and maybe even more people will still continue to show up. So unless we're going to put a time certain on the agenda, I really don't agree with anything that we've talked about. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Donnell?
Therein lies the million-dollar question, Mr. City Attorney. And I'll say to the council, no good deed goes unpunished. But I want to start with this. My understanding, and I'm no lawyer by any sense of the imagination, but it's not about the ADA accommodation does not require us to pinpoint an exact time. I need to ask that specific question. We have to provide the accommodation therefore, because the request that came in was the fact that the individual could not sit as long or for that long period of time. So keeping things congruent with what we're doing, the request to move it to number 6, understanding there could be some outlier, but if we go on the data from the meetings that we have had, if we start at 4, recognitions have rarely gone past 4:30. So for an individual to show up, the time between 4 and 4:30 meets the requirement of the law because the law does not say you have to identify a time certain. Now, I'm certainly not telling you your job, but I need to ask that specific question because I'm looking at some things and I do understand it from an educational background. So do we have to identify an exact time to meet that?
No, this is a mechanism of trying to resolve any potential future requests.
Understood. So specifically, counsel, what was requested? What was requested was, and what was said was that the individual could not sit for that long period of time. So I'm suggesting that if we put it, and I agree with the mayor, we put it at number 6, right before we get into the consent agenda. And I do understand we're still going to have to identify the ADA some type of way there. So, Councilmember Steinke, I'm with you. I don't like to pinpoint people up, show them out, but that has language. But that solves the problem, council. That solves that problem if we put it at number 6 for what the request of this individuals and others. The last piece of it is be careful. Yes, I understand that other municipalities are doing it, but you mentioned a lot of counties. Look, my understanding is we're the largest city south of Tampa. We set the standard, and we set the standard a long time ago, way before me, to let the working people have a chance to participate. So be careful. If we move citizens' input, great. Now we move the meeting, so we've just robbed Peter to pay Paul, and we're still in the same position. But in ending the specific issue, if we put it at number 6, that resolves the issue for this individual, and not just this individual, for those that come. And plus, the benefit is now we get that public comment off our table. They can comment, and let's move forward. That's all you hear from me, so I'll be supporting that issue, and definitely not the earlier meeting. That's all.
Councilmember Laster?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would recommend that we keep the meeting then at our current time and get through everything. We could do 2 things. We could get through everything prior to the consent agenda items. We can do citizens input, or that we have a set time to do it, let's say at 5:30. Again, my concern is not being able to accommodate those of us who work over the bridge daily and being able to fight that bridge traffic to get back here. Unless they leave at 4 o'clock, sometimes 5:30 won't even be realistic. But I would definitely support keeping the meeting at the same time and doing a set time at, say, 5 or 5:30 or prior to consent agenda item. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, and I don't know whether it plays in here or not, but I know there is prudent man rule. And as we would talk about a specific time, is it possible that in our rules that we would identify that citizens input would happen no later than X number of minutes after the start of the meeting?
I don't believe that would resolve the issue.
So placing it as, and I think according to our agenda tonight, it actually would have been based on the mayor's comments, it'd be number 7. if it was done after recognitions and achievements.
Yes.
Because Councilmember Donnell had said 6. 6 is actually recognitions and achievements. So according to tonight's agenda, it would be number 7. So if we put it there as number 7, that wouldn't be a time certain.
No, but
But
that
are you
would
saying that it's early enough in the agenda that something like a prudent man rule said, hey, we made that one of the first things, you got to be able to sit for 15 minutes?
if it's earlier in the agenda as the mayor has identified, it would satisfy this issue.
Okay.
It just, despite what Councilmember Kaduke said, but you know, I don't see we normally spend a lot of time, but I think anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes won't run afoul of the issue.
Okay. I would be in favor of moving it up, not having a time certain. I wouldn't want to get to a point where we're halfway through something and we have to stop it. And so if moving it up, in this case, to item number 7 would satisfy any concerns of any ADA claims, then I'd be in favor of moving it up as well. I also would be in favor of moving the meeting to 9 o'clock. It's a business meeting. Like the mayor said, we have people that work at night that don't get to come to the nighttime meetings. I could go either way, but I could be in favor of moving the meeting to 9 in the morning. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, city manager, do you have any idea how much overtime we're spending now in the way we're structured?
I've never run the analysis, but I mean, it does happen, as well as you have to have consultants come in for after hours.
Okay, I'm going to test the waters, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move the meetings to 9 a.m. with a date certain of 9:15 for ADA.
All right, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I need clarification on the motion.
Joe, we can't hear you down here. Sorry, Councilmember Kilrain.
I'll repeat if you like, or Madam City Clerk, did you hear?
So I heard the motion was to move to 9 a.m. with a date certain of 9:15,
9:15 for the ADA.
Time certain.
but I don't know what that means.
You mean for citizens?
For citizen input, I'm sorry.
9:15 for a start time. Okay,
For citizens input.
for citizens input. So that's
Yes, that's for all.
motion to move the meetings to 9 a.m. There was the term with date certain, 9:15 as the start time for citizens input.
I believe, let me see if I clear it up. I believe that Councilmember Kilrain's motion is to move the start of the council meeting to 9 a.m. with the understanding that citizens input shall commence at 9:15. Is that my understanding?
Yes,
Is that your motion?
that's my motion.
As a second, agree?
Because we don't know where we'll be at 9:15. They're discussing something. That's why my motion. My motion would be to.
We got plenty of seats in the front if you'd like to move up.
Sorry about that. My motion would be to put it after roll call for citizens input, which should be about 9:15, give or take, but it's before we start discussing anything. But going to 9 a.m. is not a problem. So I guess I'm modifying the motion maker's motion.
Well, you can't do that.
All right, then I'm pulling my second.
Okay. Or the motion maker could change his motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and change it just for consideration. You know, it's fine. I think they were going to hit at the same time, but we can do it that way. It would work. I'd modify it to that.
As a second?
Yeah, now I agree.
All right. All right, we'll continue. We got some more lights on here.
Meeting start time. at 9
Councilmember
a.m.
Kadook.
Thank you, Mayor.
Was that all,
So-
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot has happened since I pushed my light on. how long is too long when someone says they can't stand or sit that long? So, I mean, that's exactly why I would say a time certain. And if we're moving meetings to 9 a.m., well, sure, it's a business meeting and I'll accommodate my schedule. We are eliminating some of our working class people and the students that we recognize with the recognitions and achievements. I mean, it's mainly students that we're recognizing. They can't come, they're in school. So I don't know what we're doing here, but I'm okay with moving citizens input before the consent agenda. However, my point is we have to have a time certain. If not, we're not addressing the ADA issue. The ADA issue is I can't sit that long. What is that long? That goes into affordable. What is affordable? Is it affordable for you? For me, that long? I can't sit that long. Is that an hour? Is that 5 minutes? I don't know. So to me, it needs to be a time certain. Thank you.
Councilmember Long, I'll let you speak since you haven't spoken before I go to Councilmember Dono.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I thought we were here to talk about moving the input time to the front of the meetings for ADA purposes, and now essentially use this as what appears to be a Trojan horse to catapult the meeting times to 9 a.m., which I wasn't prepared to discuss. So that's in and of itself a little bit absurd, but I would not support that. Further, I think one of the attempts to justify that was predicated, in fact, the motion was predicated on a question about whether we pay overtime to our staff for being here late. It's my understanding that we do not, as they're salaried employees. And in fact, I think as a result of them staying late, a makeup for that by not coming in for a certain amount of hours later on in the week. Is that correct?
Not for hourly employees, only for salary.
Okay. And how many hourly employees do you estimate we have that come into these meetings?
I was the question. I've never run the analysis. I don't know.
I mean,
But we do have hourly employees that come in.
general composition of hourly versus salary that we have that hang around here on a routine basis.
I've never run the analysis.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't support the 9 a.m. I think we're going backwards with regards to the original intent, which I didn't support, admittedly, when it happened to move the meeting times later, so we could have that input. To the mayor's point with the rippling effect, now that's kind of created some other issues that I thought we were here to correct with regards to moving to the front of the meeting and keeping that meeting time the same, which I would support, but I would not support the 9 a.m. move, as I don't find it pertinent to the discussion about ADA at all. Thank you.
Councilmember Dado?
I don't have more.
All right. Councilmember Lastra?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, do we ever have hourly employees in this room, or are they mostly salary? We do, right? With water, sometimes water.
Yeah, absolutely.
What?
Yes.
What'd you say, Matt?
Planning staff.
Planning, thank you. Planning, water. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Again, I'm not going to support this. We'll see how it goes, and I may make a new motion if this one fails. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Kadouk?
Thank you. So does the ADA person go first, or do they go at the end of the 60 minutes?
Based upon what they've requested, I don't believe it would run afoul with the change.
So they would wait until their name is called and they would wait 60 minutes.
Or whatever.
So what are we doing here? I hope our ADA person who's not in the audience is getting his show that he wanted.
Are you done?
I mean, if he's waiting the whole 60 minutes, we're not saying he's going to the front of the line?
Based upon the request that he submitted, I don't see that if we were to move it to the very beginning, it would not run afoul based on what he's requested and submitted.
So he can wait a whole hour?
As I understand it, yes.
Okay. Well, I would say I would be comfortable with our meeting time starting at 4 p.m. and a citizens input starting at 5 p.m. We're into our meeting. Like I said, I would love staff to go ahead and look into it, but I remember CRA meetings having a time certain when they stopped in the middle of their meeting and then spoke citizens input and then went back to their meeting. We definitely did that at one point in time. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you, Mayor. A good point was brought up as it relates to the recognition and achievements in the students. Do we know how the other municipalities that have their meetings, during the business day, how they deal with recognition and achievement of students and those that would have a conflict?
I only know is that when we started that, the board chairman said that they do this in other cities, so they must have found a way to work it into a schedule, or they must have found that so when you do have morning meetings, you have to have a meeting once a month for land development code issues that needs to start after 5:01. So they likely probably do it in that meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster?
Thank you. I can answer that for you real quick, Councilmember Steinke. I know from the county perspective, as being a board member for Pace Center for Girls for the last 14 years, we brought our students there for special recognitions, and we've just made accommodations to have them there at 10 a.m. when it was time for them to be there. And I've seen other groups that have done that as well when I've sat in the county meetings. So I know that special accommodations are made depending on which group is being recognized. Like, in other words, the students get there. They make it a point to get there, either through their parents or in our case, at Pace, it's through the school. We have buses, and we take them there, vans.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, we have a motion second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll. Yep.
I think there's a level of uncertainty regarding the motion, so let me see if I can memorialize it after the conversation between Councilmember Kilrain and Councilmember Lehman.
Can't hear you.
Okay. The motion, I believe, as it's pending right now, is by Councilmember Kilrain, who modified his motion, and that modification would be that the start time for the city council meeting shall be at 9 a.m. and that the citizens' input shall commence after roll call, which presently is identified as number 4 on our agenda. That is my understanding. And Councilmember
Okay.
Lehman is supportive
I
of that.
seconded it.
Is that correct?
Thank you.
That's correct.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Aye.
Long,
No.
Steinke,
No.
Donnell, Gunter,
No.
Kaduk,
No.
Kilrain,
Aye.
Lastra,
No.
2 ayes, 6 nays. Motion failed.
Mayor, I'd like to make another motion.
Go ahead. No
like to-
clapping, please.
I would like to make a motion that we continue to start our meetings at 4 p.m. with, what do you call it, Councilmember Kaduk's? Time certain of 5:30 p.m.
Second.
Okay, I'll open up for any discussion on that. I think that one of the things that we're trying to do here is bring an individual in that has special requests and try to do it as early as possible in the agenda. I'll support the 4 p.m. start time, like I had mentioned before, get the Pledge of Allegiance out of the way, the invocation, try to get the recognition, and then do citizens input. So with that, I won't support the motion, but I would
understand.
support something very similar to what I said before. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly, I don't have a problem with leaving it at 4 o'clock, but I don't think we have a time certain and then have to try to manage the meeting around when that starts. I would be in favor of it immediately following recognition and achievements, which tends to get done very quickly. And I gotta believe that we're not going to break any ADA, and council believes that we would not be breaking any ADA rules to have it within that time frame in the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell.
The same. I just wanted to say to Councilmember Kaduk, I did hear our attorney say that, great question, what are we doing? I did hear him say that there is no legal requirement to pinpoint an exact time for it. So with that being said, and thank you for correcting the number, I won't be supporting this motion, but I would like to see it as number 7. Thank you, Councilman Steinke. And then the larger point is we can put in the front a mechanism that says for those of our community members that however you phrase it, ADA compliant, they would be understood to be at the front. If we had to put that in writing, then that takes care of that. So that's what I would like to see. If this if this one fails, to have it at that point, number 7, and if we have to put it in there that those that need the ADA, or however you phrase it, I understand we're pointing it out, not trying to point it out, but we have to follow the law, and they'll just go first and we move on. That's all.
Okay, Councilmember Long.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Councilman Steinke, so I just wanted to put that out there, that's why I won't be supporting this one, because I'm hopeful that, if this one fails, that we could support that idea. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah, I don't think we can pinpoint a time and say 5:30. Fine, leave the meeting starting at 4, not a problem, but put it after a specific item, after roll call, after recognitions. And I think recognitions could be very long. So it could be a longer situation. That's why I'm saying put it after roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd be a little concerned about putting a mechanism in place to have anyone that was ADA get to go first. I think we put someone in a position of then making judgment calls over whether someone has a valid ADA requirement. And that's a judgment call I don't think anybody wants to be involved with. If the actual citizen input time is it a time that is reasonable, that someone doesn't have to sit and wait? I think that's good enough. I think then, because everybody wants to go first. So everybody would, say, well, I've got this problem or that problem or anything else. So I think you have citizens input at the front, right? Right there after recognitions and achievements. And we just handle them just like we do now with the cards. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Lehman.
Yeah. No, you're right. You can't isolate someone with an ADA issue because it's no one else's business what their ADA issue is. To put all the citizens' input, but, and if the vote is so be it to put it after recognitions, I think it should be before recognitions, but whatever the rest of the council feels is fine. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I have no other lights on. Could you repeat the motion and please call the roll?
Actually, can I amend the motion? Are you okay if I amend this motion? Is that
We haven't called the roll yet.
okay? So given that I can count the votes and not going to have the support, I'm hoping my second will support me. I would like to make a motion to bring citizens input back to right after our recognitions and prior to consent agenda item and other agenda items.
Second.
And meeting starts at 4.
Second, agree?
Second.
All right. So we have a revised motion. Is everybody clear on the motion?
When does this take effect?
It sounded like the motion was to bring citizens' input forward in our agenda to directly after recognitions and achievements. Is that correct, Councilmember Lass?
Yes, sir. And prior to consent agenda items, so we get it back.
And I just want it to take effect at our next regular council meeting returning after hiatus, which will
Okay.
be July 15th.
So July 15th, taking effect July 15th. Yes, that's fine.
Second, agree?
Last, Mr. Mayor, just real quick, does that satisfy what we need to do legally with ADA, with what we're about to vote
As far as I'm concerned, I will address and resolve this matter.
on? Just want that on record, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other lights on, we have a motion second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
No.
6 ayes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant I'm sorry.
Are you the new flipper?
7 ayes.
That's you. I'm going to sing that song. I
7
remember
ayes, 1 nay. Motion carried.
Okay, I think we finally got through that. Let me get back to where I know I'm supposed to be.
House bill.
We're 2 hours in.
All right, so we did the,
D3.
we did. All right, let's move on to item D3. overview of the House Bill 803.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matthew Grambo, Deputy Development Services Director. This evening, I'll be providing a presentation providing an overview of a major piece of new state legislation, House Bill 803, which was signed by the governor last month and goes into effect on July 1st of this year. That has multiple effects to our local permitting process here at the City of Cape Coral and statewide. I'd like to begin with a brief history of statutory permitting preemptions from the state of Florida that local permit issuing agencies such as the City of Cape Coral must comply with. Back in 2009, the legislature established a baseline uniform standard for permitting within the state of Florida through the adoption of Florida Statutes 553. In particular, it focused on existing uncodified construction standards across jurisdictions throughout the state of Florida, and restricted local jurisdictions from creating any type of arbitrary municipal application or uncodified construction standards. 10 years later, in 2019, the state passed a major piece of legislation, House Bill 447, which established the right for property owners and contractors to utilize third-party services for plan review and inspections. It also added the first permit expiration standards within the state of Florida at 30 days, requiring a 30-day notification to permit holders prior to the expiration of the permit. And it also provided local building officials with the right to administratively close permits after 6 years, as long as there was no life safety issue and if it was near the end of the project in the final inspection. In 2021, through House Bill 1059, the first standardized service level requirements came into effect. That's that 30 business day residential turnaround time that we had talked about during our presentation several weeks ago. It also established a 15 business day limit for verifying initial application completeness and provided a 10 business day turnaround time for the city to review resubmissions for permit applications. This bill also established a new requirement to have 100% digital online permitting portals and electronic submissions for all jurisdictions after the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2023, the legislature passed House Bill 1383, which is the local licensure preemption bill that we've talked about. After this bill was approved, all specialty contractor licensing was preempted to the state of Florida. The City Council of Cape Coral at the time approved the sunsetting of our local licensing program in response to that bill. And then 2 years ago, House Bill 267 established some additional requirements in terms of service level. It established a 12 business day maximum turnaround time for mastered building permit reviews. As well, it limited the number of requests for information that local permitting issuing agencies could request from permit applicants. And that brings us to today in 2026 with House Bill 803, and the remainder of this presentation will discuss major effects of this bill related to our local permitting process. So to begin, I'd like to discuss the $7,500 permitting exemption. This has been widely communicated through the media, and there's a lot of conversation in our community related to this section of House Bill 803. So what the bill does related to $7,500 or less permit applications or projects on residential properties in municipalities throughout the state of Florida is it establishes that certain low-risk residential projects with a total contract amount of $7,500 or lower may bypass a traditional building permit process. This is not an automatic exemption from the permitting process. In particular, there's a mandatory written exemption request process. So property owners or contractors must submit a formal written request to the city enforcement agency, and that needs to be accompanied by a signed contract or other formal documentation that can detail two different things: the scope of the work and the valuation of the work. And the reason that it requires the scope of the work is that there's a set of additional exemptions from the $7,500 permitting exemption of 803, which I'll discuss in a couple slides. Finally, it makes it illegal to split any projects into smaller pieces to try to get around permitting by splitting a single project into multiple $7,500 or less projects. So going to the real critical information related to the $7,500 exemption, there's two major areas that deem a project ineligible for this $7,500 exemption. One of the most important for us here at the City of Cape Coral is, as you can see in paragraph 1 on the slide in the italics, work on a property that is partially or entirely located in a flood hazard area, as defined as the Florida Building Code, is ineligible for this exemption. So as we've discussed through much of our floodplain work over the last 2 years, just under 60% of the city is located within our special flood hazard area. And so any of the properties on the image on the right side of the slide that is pink or red in color, that is our special flood hazard area. So any properties located within that flood designation are not eligible to take advantage of this exemption. Additionally, and very critically, and I want to stress this, projects that involve any electrical, plumbing, structural, mechanical, or gas work on a single-family dwelling property are ineligible for this exemption. So that's a really, really important point to hit home here because that covers a wide variety of types of work that are done on private property within the city. So again, it's electrical, plumbing, structural, mechanical, or gas work. Any projects that involve that type of work on a private property still need to go through the permitting process, and anything that is within our special flood hazard area still need to go through the permitting process. So you may be asking, okay, what actually could be exempt within the City of Cape Coral? So this chart here, which is not all encompassing, we are still working actively with our other local building officials in Southwest Florida, and actually our building official and key building division staff are currently at the Building Officials Association of Florida conference up in Jacksonville this week, where this is clearly a major topic. So we are trying to ensure that we're going to be consistent with other jurisdictions in terms of the scopes of work that may be able to benefit from this exemption. On the left side, you can see this is our initial list of what could take advantage of that exemption. Projects such as interior and exterior cosmetic painting, and these are all outside of the special flood hazard area, interior and exterior cosmetic painting, baseboards, crown molding, internal trim work, replacements of flooring and tile, blown-in insulation, minor stucco or plaster repairs on existing masonry walls, shed structures that are less than a 6x6x6 size without utility connections, and then minor driveway, walkway, flat work, including some hardscape features that are currently permitted outside of the primary structure. What this exemption, regardless of cost, would not cover are things like core utility system improvements, your electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and gas work, which are expressly exempted from the $7,500 or less exemption. Structural work, anything that it relates to force with the structure, including foundation modifications and structural loads. For example, if someone was looking to extend their lanai and that concrete slab was epoxied and structurally connected to the structure's foundation, that would be considered a structural improvement. If it was a pour that would not be connected to this foundation, that would not be a structural improvement. Roofing replacements, window and door replacements, alterations and renovations in the interior of the building, swimming pools, and then of course anything in the special flood hazard area. This is our building official and our building division's initial list. It is now all encompassing. This is being polished and discussed with other building officials around the state of Florida this week at the Building Officials Association of Florida conference, and the city will be releasing formal communications and notices to the industry with a final list that will be very, very consistent with other jurisdictions throughout the state of Florida. Moving on to another section of House Bill 803, temporary hurricane protection barriers. So 803 exempts residential hurricane protection barriers and storm surge walls from the permitting process. But this again has a series of exemptions that need to be taken into consideration prior to constructing or deploying one of these on a residential property. Again, and a bit to our confusion, the special flood hazard area also is not an eligible area for temporary hurricane protection barriers. A very important provision of 803 relates to the non-habitability and non-load bearing nature of these types of storm protection improvements. And to clarify that, our building division has developed a non-load bearing test. So non-habitable is pretty self-explanatory. It cannot be occupied. However, we believe that there could be some confusion on non-load bearing. And so we're going to be relying on generally accepted engineering principles and would require, just as the $7,500 or less improvements, an exemption request to be submitted to us just to validate that none of these systems are structural, connected to the structure, physically anchored into the structure, or designed to transfer any of the forces to the primary structure that is being protected. So this is, we received updated guidance from the Florida Division of Emergency Management on residential dry floodproofing recently. We believe that the legislature crafted this particular section to comply with the guidance from FDEM. And it is a relatively narrow exemption that, again, is limited to outside of the special flood hazard area. One component of 803 that has not gotten much attention, but we are taking very seriously, is new mandated review times for residential permits under $15,000. What 803 does, effective July 1st, is it establishes a new shot clock related to simple residential permits for existing single-family dwelling properties. It requires local permit issuing agencies with city plans examiners to complete reviews of residential improvement projects under $15,000 within a maximum of 5 business days. What this also does, and as you may recall, the current standard is 30 business days for residential permits since the year 2021. It also requires local governments or prevents local governments from requesting any type of waiver of any type of statutory timeline. There were actually multiple jurisdictions in Southwest Florida that until recently had a checkbox to exempt them from the timelines contained in statute. The city of Cape Coral has never done that, but this is now prohibited at the state level. Additionally, 803, related to the 15,000 or less residential permits, creates a new default approval trigger. So if you recall, other sections of 553-794 require a permit fee refund based on the number of days that the local permit issuing agency misses. They've made a change in the legislation where for under $15,000 residential permits, the permit will be deemed approved if a response is not provided to the applicant within 5 business days. And so what that means is the application is legally approved by law, and the permit issuing agency needs to issue that permit the very next business day if it misses a timeline. So it's no more permit fee refunds, the 10% per day. It is actually a legal approval by law, and the permit must be issued the very next business day. So in sum, on the review time element, you can see here on this slide, the very top one with the gold shaded business days, that is the new standard for low value residential projects. And you can see the other previously established statutory timelines for master building permits, small residential structures, large residential and commercial, and then the CDBG disaster recovery funds projects typically associated with affordable housing at the 10 business days. House Bill 803 also makes some pretty sweeping changes to private provider regulations in the state of Florida. In particular, it establishes a minimum discount for the election of a private provider. The discount has to be at least 25% applicable to the portion of the permit fee associated with building inspections and plan review, and so not processing and administration. A minimum discount of 25% for only inspections, and a minimum discount of 50% for both plan review and inspections. So if you recall, we had a recent discussion about our private provider discount here at the city of Cape Coral recently within the last 6 months. Our current discount is 33% for inspections. So we are in good shape on the inspections front, and it's currently 49.7% for both plan review and inspections. Now, again, I refer you to point B on the slide. This is only applicable, the discount, to building inspections and plan review. Our permit fees include processing, administration, plan review, and inspections. It includes all of that. And so we believe that the 0.3% difference from 49.7%, our current discount, to the 50% minimum
is greater than the 0.3%. And so we believe that we are in full compliance with 803 as related to the private provider discount that we offer. Additionally, 803 limits the ability for local permit issuing agencies to audit private providers. We must now give, as of July 1st, provide a 5-day advance notice prior to doing any type of audits of private provider plan review or inspections. And we also, as a local government, may not delay construction due to any type of private provider audit. And finally, related to these changes, municipalities are prohibited, and it is now illegal for any type of prohibition or discouragement of the utilization of private provider for plan review or inspections. Another major change that we are taking very seriously and has been a subject of multiple conversations with the city manager's office is the state is changing how municipalities may approach the expiration of permits. Currently, the city applies a inactivity standard for building permit expirations. After 180 days of inactivity, we automatically expire our building permits. Inactivity means that there are no past inspections or no extension request for 180 days. After 803, we will only be able to expire single-family dwelling permits 1 year after the issuance of the permit or the next edition of the Florida Building Code, whichever is later. So what that means is that if there's a building code change, the 9th edition of the building code will come into effect this December 31st. If a permit applicant receives an issued building permit on January 1st of 2027, that permit, regardless of activity, will not expire until December 31st of 2029, so nearly 3 years. So we are concerned about this, not being able to enforce our expired permit standards. Typically, when a permit goes expired, we're able to use the code enforcement process, bring a case under 105.4 of the Florida Building Code, and to leverage that to encourage some movement on a stalled construction project. For single-family residential permits under 803, this will change, and it'll be 1 year or the next building code, whichever is later, so up to just under 3 years. And finally, the House Bill 803 also requires the Florida Building Commission to create standard permit applications statewide for both residential and commercial permit types. The commission has 1 additional year to provide those standard applications, and those are due to the state by July 1st of 2027. We will be in close contact with the Florida Building Commission. This is a topic that is being discussed at the Building Officials Association of Florida conference this week. This will have major ramifications in terms of how we structure our permit applications and how we need to reconfigure our online software system. So we'll be working very closely with the Building Commission and ready to implement this next year. And finally, House Bill 803 also restricts how we can determine our permit fee amounts. It prohibits using project valuation for building permit fees. Our current fee schedule currently does not use valuation to determine permit fees. For new construction, it utilizes construction type as well as square footage for new construction. And then there are flat fees associated with our miscellaneous permits. So we are currently in compliance with our current fee schedule with House Bill 803. So I know that was a lot of information. I stand by for any questions, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. I know that there's some expectations of this bill, and so I'm going to characterize this bill, and it's going to sound like a joke, but it's not. So what the state has done is they have provided an exemption for permits that require people to ask us to get it, which means you have to come to us to even seek it. But where we previously never had to review contracts, now we are going to be reviewing contracts to make sure that they're underneath the 7,500. So government is now further into your business than it was before. They provided an exemption as long as you're outside of the special flood hazard area for temporary protection barriers. So if you live in the middle of the state outside of a flood zone, you can put up flood protection. I don't know why you'd ever need it. They provided an automatic trigger to issue the permit if within 5 days, the specific failure is not noted. So we are going to be, the state is going to be issuing permits automatically approved, whether or not it's FBC compliant, and unwilling homeowners are going to be getting, their contractors are going to be doing work not knowing if that work was ever compliant to building code just because a 5-day window is missed. And then lastly, we're going to have ghost homes floating around the city until 2029 because they don't believe we should be able to expire permits that have no work on them. That's your summary. It's going to be lobbied or it's going to be said that this is helping our community. There are a lot of issues with this, but we're going to be forced by state law to implement effective July 1st. Thank you.
Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. The city manager really hit on it. I mean, in my neighborhood alone, we have these permits. I mean, you guys get my emails all the time about them. Looks like District 7 is really the only area of all of Cape Coral. We have our $40,000 assessment, but we get our $7,500 exemption. Looks like a win.
Only if you prove to us with a contract and you come and seek that. And by the way, when we do that review, it's free of charge.
Well,
So we'll be
it's still
finding a way
costing.
we're going to have to find a way to pay for those as well.
So I guess my question is, how many permits do we approve that fall within the exemption categories per year?
So for the exemption categories, the good news for us is outside of the special flood hazard area, we actually don't require permits for the vast majority of the scopes of work there. Even though we do require, we do require permits for within the special flood hazard area, including for items like painting, because that is considered an improvement via FEMA to the structure, and that valuation needs to be incorporated into the 50% rule determination. The only types of permits that we would require, that we currently require, really are your paving and hardscape feature permits. And as long as they're not structurally attached, I think that's probably a good opportunity for exemption for that. However, we do have impervious surface calculation standards through our land development code and engineering design standards that still would need to be taken into consideration, as well as related to stormwater infrastructure and the preservation of swales. But it's a relatively limited scope of work that we currently don't require a permit for, especially out of the special flood hazard area.
Okay, and I guess we maybe should go to a cow to discuss the 2-year. I mean, that's a long time we're going to have a lot of ghost homes. In my specific neighborhood alone, we have them already sitting. So we really need to figure out what we can do.
For the past several months, my staff, you heard Matt say that there's been a series of topic of discussions. We have been frantically expiring the permits before July 1st.
Yeah, good.
Where we can.
Yeah.
Where we know,
And citywide, as of earlier this week, when we had another touch base meeting with the city manager's office about this initiative, we were down to, I believe it was 31 single family homes that were in expired status without a code case and without a stop work order. So we've reduced that amount.
We're expiring and them opening a code case. And if they ever want to restart that, they need to pull a new permit.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, just a couple points with respect to the 7,500 requirement. I know I sat in the BIA meeting that we had, and if you look at the permits that were processed in the last few months, I think it was about 20,000. Of those, 80% of those are still going to require all of the parameters for either falling into the floodplain and/or because of the nature of the work that's going to be done, whether it be structural, electrical, plumbing, whatever. And based on that, residents, it's not clear to residents right now. And I appreciate you bringing this forward and emphasizing to residents that not everyone under 7,500 gets an out. And we're especially, because of our unique nature of having a 60% flood zone, and also those other requirements, they're going to have to still come forward, and that permit's going to have to be reviewed. To the extent that those permits are not required, you still have to perform the service. So it's going to take staffing and manpower that we don't have a capability of getting a fee for right now. So that's going to bring up another deficit condition from a financial standpoint for us in that area. And that was discussed thoroughly in that meeting, and there was empathy for it by the construction industry too. And we thought about maybe ways of accomplishing that might be to, look at additional fee on top of some of the current permitting requirements just to cover that piece of it. So I just want to bring that forward right now, that's some of the ways that you're thinking about accomplishing it. Anything to add to that, Matt, that I missed it?
So that's been a very big conversation amongst the different permit issuing agencies, not just here in Southwest Florida, but throughout the state, is how are we going to be working with these exemption requests? What the most popular option seems to be through a plurality of local agencies is to utilize their existing system to process these, to have them submit their exemption request similarly to a permit application, but not to assess a fee. And then once a determination is made, that same application could turn into a permit application or turn into an approved exemption or no permit being required at all, which is the case for us with most of our non-special flood hazard area simple projects interiorly. That is just good for record keeping. It allows us to utilize and leverage our existing online digital permitting system, and also allows us to make determinations in a very organized and structural manner. Additionally, it also allows us to make a record and have documentation of a given improvement that received the exemption. Very often we'll get complaints from neighbors that their neighbor installed an unpermitted improvement in their backyard. For us as staff, it's really critical to have documentation that we reviewed it and it was legally exempt from permitting. And that's why that improvement was permitted there.
Okay. And I just want to emphasize, I really appreciate the effort put into this and the knowledge base that you've further expanded beyond your current depth of knowledge. And it was quite impressive. You supported my town hall the other night, and the residents were really impressed with the capabilities brought forward and the information provided there. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Downo.
The question is, for those that submit permits, that means we're going to have staff to review them. So my head is saying they're going to be reviewing permits that will not get approved. So who's paying for those man hours? Where's that money coming from? Did the state set aside a fund so we can recoup our monies for the lost time on?
It's what we refer to as an unfunded mandate.
All right. All right. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate the update and what the effects will have on our building department. So thank you.
And one more thing, sorry, Mr. Mayor. We are working with the communications office to develop some comprehensive educational materials for our community, including contractors and homeowners. The community should be able to see that information, including a new web-based information portal on this within the next several weeks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, before I move on.
I got my button on there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Matt, real quick, I don't think that we touched fence permits in the non-flood hazard. Where does that fall?
Sure. So we have had fence permits that have ranged from $500 to over $20,000. So it really is dependent on material. That is one topic that our building staff that are up in Jacksonville right now are having an in-depth conversation on whether those fall under the definition of a structural improvement. It really depends on the type of material, whether there's footers. I don't want to speak too much for the building official.
I'd argue that's probably going to be the most important subject, at least in the contracting community, moving forward. So I figured there was a reason it was left out, probably because we're still working on it, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. And as soon as we gather additional information and find some consistency with other agencies, we'll be sure to share that with council and the
Awesome.
community.
You're the man. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, since it's about 6:30, before I move on to item 9, I think we'll take a 10-minute break. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We'll move on to item 9, ordinances and resolutions. 9A is public hearings, quasi judicial hearings. First of which is Resolution 120-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 120-26, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, providing for the vacation of plat for a portion of alley right-of-way and underlying easements between lots 1 through 6 and lots 43 through 48, block 2475, unit 36, providing for the vacation of platted easements located within lots 1 through 6, block 2475, Unit 36, providing for the vacation of platted easements between lots 43 through 48, Block 2475, Unit 36, properties located at 5 Diplomat Parkway East and 6 Northeast 16th Terrace, providing for an effective date.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to resolution number 120-26, this is quasi judicial hearing. If there were any ex parte communications regarding this matter, any member of the council should disclose that at this point in time.
Thank you. Any council members have any ex parte communications to divulge? Seeing none. This is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony must be sworn in. Please stand up and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Justin Heller, Senior Planner with the Cape Coral Planning Division. So this is a vacation of alley, which is located between 5 Diplomat Parkway East and 6 Northeast 16th Terrace. The applicants are requesting to vacate 5,100 square feet of alley and 4,860 square feet of underlying easements between lots 1 through 6 and 43 through 48. In addition to that, there's 2 easements on the north and south side of that, totaling 1,458 square feet each. These are also being requested to be vacated. So some background on the site. It's 1.67 acres on the west end of block 2475, comprised of 2 vacant parcels separated by this 20-foot wide unimproved platted alley. The parcels have frontage on Diplomat Parkway East, Northeast 16th Terrace, and Santa Barbara Boulevard North. The site has a future land use classification of commercial professional with professional zoning. The vacation alley and easements is going to allow the owners of these properties to strap the parcels into one larger commercial development site. Here we have an aerial showing these parcels and the alley between them. Next few slides are just the sketch and legals. This is the right-of-way to be vacated. Here we have the underlying easements. These are the 6-foot PUEs on the north and south side of the alley to be vacated. And here we have an access easement that will be granted in order to allow access to and from the remaining alley, should that be developed in the future for future use by other property owners on that block. All right, so we analyze this under section 3.4.5B. Standard 1, staff finds the alley is not needed for any future transportation or access related function, as all sites have frontage on existing public streets and do not rely on the access or the alley for access. Additionally, the city will be retaining a 6-foot wide perimeter easement around the consolidated property to accommodate future utility installation, maintenance, and drainage functions. Standard 2, in regards to requiring any easements necessary to accommodate this vacation of plat. Again, the applicants are going to grant a cross-access easement. This will be needed to allow vehicle access from the alley to the west if future development improves and utilizes this alley. Standard 3, if alternate routes are required or available that do not cause adverse impacts to the surrounding areas, staff finds that all properties in the block have access from surrounding streets. Again, that cross-access easement is going to be provided by the owners to the city and will provide alternate route for vehicles exiting the alley if it improves in the future. Standard 4, if the closure of the right-of-way negatively affects areas utilized for vehicles to turn around and exit an area, staff finds the vacation or elimination of the platted alley should have no negative effect on the existing uses in the block, since the alley is not currently improved. It's unpaved at the moment, and it cannot be used in its unimproved condition. Standard 5, whether utility providers have given consent to the vacation of plat, easements, or right-of-way. And yes, all 3 utility providers have provided letters of no objection to the requested vacations. Additionally, City Public Works, Utilities, and Transportation staff have reviewed this request and have no objection to the requested vacations. Cape Coral Planning Division is recommending approval of the requested vacations with conditions, and the hearing examiner is also recommending approval with conditions. A hearing was held on April 21st. And I'll stand by if you guys have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Is there any testimony from the applicant or the representative of the applicant? Please come forward.
Good evening, Linda Miller, Vice President of Avalon Engineering, representing the property owners to vacate a portion of the alley on Block 2475, Unit 36. Would like to thank Justin for doing his presentation today. He kind of covered a lot of things I was going to discuss. The reason for this request is for us to be able to strap the parcels together and have full depth for construction. So we will have 270 feet to construct on the site. The parcels are zoned professional. There is no zoning request in this application. The vacation application met the requirements to seek approval of this vacation. Staff and the hearing examiner are recommending approval. We're in agreement with the staff's conditions, and all the fees associated with the conditions have been paid. I stand by to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on Resolution 120-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 120-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Chanel. Venter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastro.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to ordinance 30-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 30-26, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Cape Coral, Florida, that amends the City of Cape Coral, Florida official zoning district map of all property within the limits of the City of Cape Coral by rezoning property described as a parcel of land located at the northeast corner of Santa Barbara Boulevard North and Kismet Parkway West, Block 2297B, Unit 36, Cape Coral Subdivision, as more particularly described herein, from single-family residential to commercial zone, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. In reference to ordinance number 30-26, because this is a public quasi-judicial hearing, if there are any ex parte communications regarding this matter by any members of the council, it should be disclosed at this point.
Any ex parte communications any council members need to divulge? Okay, seeing none, this is a quasi judicial hearing. Anyone wishing to speak or provide testimony must be sworn in. If you are, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. For the record, Chad Boyko, Principal Planner with the city's Planning Division. This is Ordinance 30-26. It is a city-initiated rezoning application. This is the follow-up application to a land use that was done last year. The applicant is the city of Cape Coral. It's located at the intersection of Santa Barbara Boulevard and Kismet Parkway. We're looking at just under 70,000 square feet in size. It's within the reserve area of the urban services boundary. There's no utilities available to the site currently. We're looking at probably a time frame of 10 to 12 years before utilities are available to this site. And the request is a rezone from the single family residential district to the commercial district. The site is undeveloped. It has a alleyway that is to the north. It is down by 4 streets, and the surrounding development is either undeveloped properties or single family homes. Here is an existing zoning map and the proposed zoning map. You can see that this would be commercial zoning. There is a lot of single family residential zoning around it. Being that this is in the northeast portion of Cape Coral, you don't have a lot of commercial development up there due to the lack of utility infrastructure. This site was identified through a future land use change and a study trying to bring in more commercial at sites that were appropriate for that development. This site is at the intersection of 2 4-lane roadways and has substantial size to support a commercial development in the future. And at the time of the future land use and also the rezoning request, the applicant was on board with this and has agreed to the land use and the subsequent zoning change. As we mentioned, it's a little under 70,000 square feet. You're looking at about 1.25 acres. It was a single family future land use up until 2025. And the R1 zoning has been in place since 1990 with the adoption of the comprehensive plan. You're looking at potential access from either Kismet Parkway or Santa Barbara Boulevard. You've also got a 20-foot wide alleyway we mentioned previously that is undeveloped. And the rezone is just a follow-up continuation of that change to get this property entitled with commercial possibilities. We looked at this part of land development code. We've got 6 standards that analyze things such as surrounding uses, potential uses, the compatibility with the comprehensive plan. Staff finds that based upon the site's location, its size, its depth, its width, it will be appropriate for commercial uses. You do have some single family homes that are developed near this property. However, staff feels that with the buffers and the protections that we have within our land development code for single family homes and nearby commercial properties, that any future commercial development will be fairly compatible with this development. We're probably looking at commercial development occurring maybe within the 10 to 12 years when utilities are available on this site. We find that it will be provide goods, services, employment opportunities to the residents of Northeast Cape Coral. We find that it's compatible with the comprehensive plan, and staff recommends approval of the rezone to C. We had a hearing examiner meeting with this, and she also recommended approval of this change, and we have not heard any correspondence from the residents on this case. I'm here for any further questions.
Thank you. Is the applicant or the applicant's representative here? Seeing none?
The city is the applicant, so.
Oh, that's right.
You've got me.
In this case. Yeah, sorry about that.
Sorry.
And I'd like to move on to opening the public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 30-26? Please come forward. Would you make sure the mic's on, please?
Am I going? Okay, good. Woo. Hello. Anyway, my question on this one is everything around there looks like residential. I know he said it could be a couple of years. Is this rezoning part of the discussion you just had with selling all the land that we're not using? And is changing it going to just help the sale? Or, because commercial is different than using it as a business office. They could put a car wash in there, right? 5-10 years from now. So I think it's a little bit premature to change this if they're not even going to have utilities for 10 years. And the people probably haven't discussed it with you because they don't know what's happening. Because we all know the city isn't always quick on that. So I would say that this is not a good plan right now. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? on this particular ordinance 30-26? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 30-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, let's move on to 9B, legislative public hearings, first of which is ordinance 27-26. This item was continued from the May 20th, 26 regular meeting. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 27-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $65 million in principal amount of bonds to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements within the city, providing for a covenant to budget and appropriate legally available non-ad valorem revenues to pay debt service on the bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of such bonds, and providing severability and an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Would you please provide an overview why we find ourselves here today and any proposed changes to the ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor. So as you recall, 2 weeks ago, this matter was brought before you all as part of the discussion that ensued during the regular council meeting. There was an understanding that the matter would be continued to today's date with a stop at the committee of the whole, which occurred on last Wednesday. And so we are here today as a result of the continuation of the matter at the last regular council meeting with the stopover at the committee of the whole. And we are here today as a result of that action that took place by the council.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Crystal Feast, Financial Services Director. So as the city attorney stated, this ordinance was first introduced May 6th, publicly held or heard on May 20th, and then continued to tonight. The ordinance authorizes the issuance of up to $65 million in special obligation revenue bonds, and it's required by the city's charter to authorize any borrowing of money through an ordinance, which is why we're here tonight. The proceeds of this ordinance will be used to finance capital improvements, which were listed in the ordinance, refinance prior indebtedness, and pay issuance costs related to the borrowing of the money. The ordinance recognizes that the debt service on these bonds will be payable from legally available non-ad valorem revenues, subject to annual budget and appropriation. It also spells out that these bonds are not a general obligation to the city and does not pledge ad valorem taxes. So again, it's just strictly going to be repaid using non-ad valorem revenues. Resolution 106-26, which will be brought to your attention next, will establish final terms, including rates, maturities, payment dates, security provisions, and flow of funds. And it also refunds commercial paper used to fully or partially fund project costs. So these bond proceeds will be used for the following projects: J.C. Park improvements, Coral Oaks Golf Course irrigation improvements, North One West transportation improvements, and Yacht Club seawall improvements. The bond proceeds that we will end up borrowing will fund these projects and these projects only, and we will only borrow to cover the cost of the projects and the issuance costs to borrow the money. The annual debt service will be repaid utilizing the following sources of revenue. General fund revenue sources will be used for J.C. Park improvements and the Yacht Club seawall improvements. Golf course revenues will be used to repay Coral Oaks irrigation improvements, and 6-cent gas tax will be used to repay the North One West transportation improvements. And the annual debt service payments have already been incorporated into future forecasts. And with that, I'll take questions and ask for your approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 27-26, please come forward.
I think we discussed this last time I was here. You're asking for $65 million in additional borrowing. And we have still not explained if the city has actually got any lobbyists, consultants, or anyone else in our city managed government to see if we can get money from the state. We're now getting ready to maybe have our taxes cut, and you're still continuing to spend quick before this change. I think it's not in good faith to the citizens to put us in any more debt. We have a few months left for an election. People are going to vote. If you lose the money from our taxes, we are responsible for all of this debt. So do we need this money now? You should start thinking about this. You should have been thinking about it all along. However, you're not. So now you just keep putting us in debt, and it's ridiculous. You got to stop. This is too much to borrow. We're always borrowing. Every minute we're borrowing. And from the beginning of this meeting to now, we're just borrowing money. My suggestion is slow down.
My name is Marie Kavanaugh, and just like she said, the spending is out of control here. You've got to stop. It's got to stop. Because if this thing passes, it's going to be a nightmare for future councils. Y'all aren't going to care. You're not going to care. Where's it coming from? What happened? There was a discussion last week at the Cow that there was some $40 million that we could use and borrow only like $25 million or $29 million. You borrowed $25 million for Bimini East. You're going to have to borrow more to get the other properties that they want. That's going to probably be at least another $10 million, if not more. And this guy doesn't care what he spends on it. He needs to read Art of the Deal is what he needs to do.
Hi, Council. Tom Shadrack. Earlier tonight, you approved a resolution to use all of our surplus cash that we had available to fund two projects in the future, the fleet maintenance and to start the entire Taj Mahal at the Yacht Club for the civil engineering of $35 million. So you've obligated our cash, but now here you're going into debt for things that are already done just to repay the commercial loan with a bond instead of using the cash on hand that you now are holding for something in the future. I don't understand that. Why wouldn't you have just paid this with the cash we have in hand? And I guarantee you there's more surplus this year that could have covered this entire thing. It's kind of crazy that you are holding cash that we have in hand for something that we haven't done yet, and you're not using it to pay for things we've already done. Crazy. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm David Halsey. I just have one question about the yacht club. I don't understand why we're going to do all of the groundwork when really we could just do the boathouse. We don't have to do the rest of the build out. We would save millions of dollars just doing that one, and back to which y'all have talked about at the part, get the seawall. Electric for the rest of the project. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on ordinance 27-26? Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 27-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
May I bring something up first, please,
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
before the motion?
Yeah, we can, well, we have a motion and a second on the floor, but we'll give you the opportunity to speak. Councilmember Kaduks first up.
Thank you, and I agree with the speakers. I also voted no on that resolution to use our 40.5 million in cash for this exact reason. I would assume that we would be paying off things that are already done rather than bonding this out. So my question is, what is the cost for the bonds? The mayor had mentioned 10%.
We don't, I can estimate, but we don't have an exact cost. We won't know that until we actually go out into the market. But what's included in the cost is just underwriter fees, legal fees, obviously, any potential insurance that we may have to purchase.
Percentage?
To issue the debt, I'm sorry.
What is the percentage?
On these particular bonds, it's actually pretty low. I would say 500,000 would be a good estimate on cost of issuance on these particular bonds.
So I still don't understand why we're doing not to exceed 65 million. Thank you.
Councilmember Lehman?
Yeah. Some of it I agree with and some of it I don't. I think what people are missing is the reason for the bond issue and not using the cash we have on hand is in the event we get hit with another hurricane like Ian, and it could happen. The money has to be there for immediate repairs. The reason for the bond issue is so that this way it is being, with the debt service, it is being paid for currently and also for the people that are here now and also for the people that are going to be here over the next 20 years so that we're not getting hit. The residents now are not getting hit with the whole thing. Now, as far as the yacht club, no, and I don't think we necessarily need $65 million because with the yacht club, I don't think we need to do any more of the utilities. Get the seawall built? Yes. But any of the underground utilities, we only need to go as far as the boathouse. I don't feel that we need to go for the utilities for the whole lot. I think that has to be, if we're going to do the yacht club in phases, the utilities have to be phased too. Thank you.
Councilmember Laster.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, can you explain what Mr. Halsey was stating when he talked about putting in the infrastructure just for the boathouse? The $35 million covers that, correct, or all of it?
There's nothing in this issue tonight that has anything to do with that.
Okay, I just
seawall.
I just wanted to clarify. Okay, all right, thank you. And I also agree with the speakers as well. I didn't support this last time because I feel like, especially now, if we have the cash on hand, we should spend it. And I have concerns about that, especially with everything coming up in our budget workshops tomorrow and Friday. So thank you for clarifying that regarding the yacht club for Mr. Halsey. And I still have reservations about supporting this. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, may I just clarify?
Sure.
I want to make sure everyone understands that we are not going to receive 65 million and only use what's needed to cover the cost of the projects and issuance of the debt. When we go out, it's going to be to cover the cost of the projects and the cost to issue the bonds. And that's all we'll receive. So that's why it's an up to 65 million. We won't get any extra funds to decide what to do something else with. The ordinance also clearly has these projects, these 4 projects listed in it. So that is all that we're going to fund using this money. So the cost of these projects and the cost to issue the debt is all that we will receive. I just want to make sure everyone understands that.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I was going to mention. If you go to slide 4, it shows exactly what this money is going to be used for. J.C. Park improvements. We've already built it. It's done. We have commercial paper on it, which is short-term debt that we have to pay for. Then you have Coral Oaks Golf Course irrigation improvements for $2.5 million. Again, that project is completed, and there was commercial paper, short-term debt issued on that project. North One West transportation improvement, $14.0 million. The Yacht Club seawall improvements, $23 million. So when you add all that up, you have $58.2 million in projects that we are talking about. I think some of the comments during the public hearing, they were commingling some of the other projects that we've already talked about. This particular ordinance is solely on these 4 items, which have already been built. They're already completed. And all we're doing is we're changing them from short-term debt to long-term debt. Now, again, like Councilmember Lehman stated, we did have an opportunity when we discussed in our CAL meeting. We could have used some of the $40 million or all of the $40 million to pay for this. When you do that, exactly like Councilmember Lehman said, then all the taxpayers today are paying for those improvements. If you do a bond over 20 years, 30 years, then not only the taxpayers that are here today, but all the future taxpayers will be paying for these 4 items. So again, there's been a lot of commingling with the discussion, but this is exactly what we're talking about in Ordinance 2726. We're not talking about the Yacht Club, other than the seawall improvements that is currently being installed, that this council has already approved, and now we are just doing the long-term debt for that particular aspect of the Yacht Club. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarified that. Councilmember Laster, did you have anything? Nope. Councilmember Kadouk?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for proving my point. $58.2 million. She just said about $500,000 for underwriting fees and bonding issuance. So why are we doing $65 million, not to exceed? And furthermore, Councilmember Lehman, do you have an agenda with you? Are you looking at an agenda? Resolution 150-26, which I pulled off a consent, authorized the spending of the $40.5 million that we had in unrestricted reserves. So I didn't vote yes for that this evening, but you all have now authorized the spending of that. So now we have half of the fleet maintenance facility. So now we have to finish the project, and we're going to take debt out on that later on, just so you know. So again, I don't support this. We shouldn't be doing not to exceed 65 million. And quite frankly, we should have used our cash to pay for projects that are already done. That doesn't make sense. And you can sit here and say generational. I'm never using Coral Oaks Golf Course. That's not fair. So now I'm paying for it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kilrain?
Yeah, isn't there a date certain on our short-term paper that we have to retire it by, or we pay penalty? Did you hear me? I'm not talking to you guys, I'm talking to the person. Excuse me. Is there a date certain?
The commercial paper program currently, we have it for 3 years. So after 3 years, we can renew it or bring it back before council to renew. But 3 years from original.
Under what conditions is it renewable? The same conditions as it was originally purchased?
Typically, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. But there is a date certain that we really need to act upon.
I also want to say that the not to exceed 65 million, we can estimate what the underwriter's fees will be, legal fees. Those are easier estimates. What we can't estimate until we go out into the market is whether the bonds will be sold at a premium or a discount. And so that's where we need the flexibility. My next slide, when we go over the resolution, gives you an illustration of an example of where the market was back in March. And at that time, we were estimating to price them at a premium. So basically what that means is We'll put them out at a 5% coupon rate, which is slightly above the market. That makes it a little bit more attractive to investors. They pay more upfront to purchase those bonds. That upfront money we receive as part of our bond proceeds. That reduces our par amount that we actually borrow. So in that situation, or in that example, the cost of issuance is a lot less, right? But if the opposite happens and they're sold at a discount, then we need that flexibility to be able to have that room to cover the cost if that's the case. So it really is a not to exceed. We can estimate true costs, actual costs of our consultants and underwriters, but there is still an unknown that's not determined until we go out into the market.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Just something quick. The whole issue about never using Coral Oaks Golf Course, the revenues, if we go to slide 5, it's the revenues from the people that do use Coral Oaks that'll be responsible for making those payments.
That's the collateral.
So that's where that comes from. And then the 6 cent gas tax is what pays for the Northwest transportation improvements. So the ones that we need to be concerned about making the payments on are the seawall improvements, which, as Councilmember Lehman said, are going to be enjoyed by people over the next decades. So it allows them to participate in the payment of that improvement. And J.C. Park, same thing. For decades, people will be accessing that park, and it allows those people using that park in years to come to help fund the improvements at J.C. Park. Thank you.
Councilmember Donnell, I'm going to go to you since you haven't spoken yet.
Thanks, Mayor. The question is, I was just kind of chuckling is, and I posed it here, I posed to everybody the last time that we spoke. We talked about the 3 different things that council is grappling with, and you're hearing it right now. So do you just, the philosophy, do we just cut? Do we just maintain where we are? Or do we plan for the future? Because I'm just chuckling. You say spend the cash. If we had spent the cash here, then all that does is just shift it and mean, well, that means we don't do the fleet. The fleet building is falling apart. And if you haven't taken a tour there, I want you to think about your person that you love the most working in there. And then we'll have the discussion. So we're not going to win that battle. I encourage everybody to be at the budget meetings tomorrow and Friday. As a council member, those of you all sinking to be seats, we have to juggle these 3. There is no perfect way to do it, but I will end you with this because I'm looking in the budget meeting, council. I really want to get to how do we define a want and a need, especially now with this new legislation coming through. I would love to talk about that, but that's all. Thank you.
Let's call a question, Mayor.
Call question.
Yes, please.
All right. Is there a second to the call question?
Second.
We have a motion and a second for a call question. Madam City Clerk, call the roll on the call question.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
No.
Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
No.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor for ordinance 27-26 for approval. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman. Aye. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
I'm sorry, name. No.
Long.
No.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
No.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
Okay, we'll move on to resolution
Mayor,
106.
we need to correct the record. Crystal, are we taking out 4 different bonds?
4 different bonds
Yeah.
with this particular ordinance. It's a series of, it's special obligation bonds, series 2026, which means it's a series of bonds.
This is one grouping.
I'm sorry?
It's one grouping because Councilmember Steinke is saying that each individual, and this is actually just the collateral that we're using for the bond, correct?
The collateral is non-ad valorem revenue. What we're going to do each
I had
budget.
one question before we we continue to move on. Mr. City Attorney, when we call a question, I think that is to cease all discussion on that topic and then see if that is approved. And then if that is approved, then we go straight to the motion like we did. But here we find ourselves back in a discussion.
To correct the record,
So
To answer your question, so calling the question is essentially ending the debate regarding the original motion, and then forces, if it's passed, forces the original motion to be voted upon, which it was voted upon. Whether or not you continue on, that's something that you, as the individual running the meeting, has the ability to control under the rules. Point of order.
okay, all right, continue.
I just want them to correct the record so that there was no, cloudiness in this, because I don't think Councilmember Stanky was understanding correctly how the bonds work. I understand how PAR works. I sell loans all day, every day.
Why don't we ask him if he understood?
Yeah, well, I want her to
understand?
specify.
I absolutely understand.
I want her-
16 years as a certified financial planner. I was involved in investments all the time. I understand how municipal bonds work. We simply have revenues coming from different directions that will pay the bonds. So that's where the revenues are coming from, unless you're disputing the validity of slide number 5.
No.
That's the only thing that we need. That's the only thing that we need to correct then, because you said you're never going to use Coral Oaks, so you don't want to have to pay for it. And that's what needs to be corrected. You're not going to pay for it.
She says in a later slide that the future debt payments are built into our budget and we're going into a budget workshop. Is that correct?
The sources of revenue were listed on slide 5. Those are the sources of revenue that we will use as part of the budget process to budget the annual debt service.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to Resolution 106-26. This item, is that the correct one, Madam City?
Wait, Mayor, can I clarify something? I'm sorry. Mr. City Attorney, don't we have to have a 2/3 vote when we call the question? Am I remembering that correctly from Robert Rules of Order?
It does require a 2/3 vote, so
We would have needed 6, correct?
needed 6.
And we had,
How many do we have?
how many do we have? 5?
And what was that
What?
for, the point of order?
For the
I mean,
call,
for the,
For
to call the
calling
question, you have to have a
questions,
2/3 majority vote in order to have it pass.
because we have 8 council members. It's technically 5.33, which is really 6.
all right. So with that being said, then we should open up the discussion. Anybody else have any other comments?
I mean, can we do that since we already technically voted on the actual motion? I mean, we voted on that and then we voted for the actual item?
Well, you could ultimately continue the debate, but at the end of the day, the final motion is still going to be your 5-3.
I understand. Well, then I guess there's no point.
That or you could do,
Theoretically.
yep. Theoretically, you could do a motion for reconsideration, somebody could.
Could, but the end, as again, at the end of the day, it's going to be a 5-3 vote is what it sounds like,
Gotcha. Okay.
which is just a simple majority.
Okay.
Let's talk about it.
All right, is that all, Councilman?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, make sure I
All right,
remember
Councilmember
that
Kadook?
correctly.
Yeah, so I guess let's talk about it. So 58.2 and
It's no
500,000.
applause.
Do we have a financial advisor? I know the answer to this question. That would tell us that the market is volatile and we shouldn't go out to it right now.
Yes.
So why again 65 million? Because we wouldn't go out to the market if it was gonna be really volatile. So I don't get that.
It's a not to exceed.
That's fair. I understand,
It's a
Krista,
not
you're
to
doing a great
exceed.
job, but it really shouldn't be 65 million, but 5 people will agree with that. So we're here.
Anything else, Councilmember Kadook? Any other comments on this particular topic? Seeing none, we'll move to Resolution 106-26. This item was continued from the May 20th, 2026 meeting. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Resolution 106-26, a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, authorizing the issuance of not exceeding $65 million in aggregate principal amount of City of Cape Coral, Florida Special Obligation Revenue Bonds, Series 2026, in order to finance and refinance the acquisition, construction, and equipping of various capital improvements within the city, covenanting to budget and appropriate certain legally available non-ad valorem revenues to pay debt service on the bonds, providing for the rights of the holders of bonds issued hereunder, making certain other covenants and agreements in connection with the bonds issued hereunder, delegating certain authority to the city manager and the financial services director for the authorization, execution, and delivery of a bond purchase agreement with respect thereto, and the approval of the terms and details of such bonds, appointing the paying agent and registrar for said bonds, authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement and the execution and delivery of an official statement with respect to such bonds, authorizing the execution and delivery of a continuing disclosure certificate with respect to the bonds, and the appointment of a dissemination agent thereto, delegating authority to the city manager and the financial services director to determine whether to utilize municipal bond insurance for the Series 2026 bonds, and providing for an effective date for this resolution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Would you please provide an overview of the any proposed changes and why we find ourselves here today?
Thank you, Mayor. As I articulated during ordinance 27-26, which is authorized or required pursuant to the city's charter for these type of matters, the resolution is the companion. Resolution 106-26 was also continued from the regular council meeting 2 weeks ago to the committee of the whole, and therefore, as part of the action that was taken 2 weeks ago at the regular council meeting, it is presented here today for final public hearing.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. For this particular resolution, it is a companion to ordinance 2726, which was just approved, and it implements the financing authorized by that ordinance by creating, structuring, and securing up to $65 million in special obligation revenue bonds. It also reaffirms that debt service will be paid using legally available non-ad valorem revenues. To provide you with an illustration, I mentioned this during the last presentation. Back in March, we ran the numbers. We had our financial advisor run the numbers based on the market at that time. And based on that market, we estimate a total debt proceeds of approximately $58.5 million. Within that, the estimated par amount is approximately $54.2, with the remaining portion coming from premiums. Based on a current market condition, the all-in true interest cost is 4.33. And the final maturity of the bonds is projected to be March 1st, 2056. And we align the repayment of the debt with useful life of the projects being funded. So a portion related to J.C. Park and North One West transportation improvements will be amortized over 20 years, and the portion related to the irrigation and the seawall improvements will be amortized over 30 years. And again, this is all preliminary and estimates just for illustration purposes. We won't have final interest rates and pricing until we enter the market. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 20, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong page here. We're on 106-26. I'll open up the public hearing for resolution 106-26. Please come forward.
Hi, Tom Shadrack again. Just a question. The title of that was a water and sewer bond. Was that title appropriate for? But it says at the very top, water and sewer.
It does, and that is
Inaccurate?
It is mistitled. It's special obligation revenue bonds.
All right, thanks. And secondly, I remember having the water rate discussion when you were looking at even increasing in 2027 to another 11% on our water rates, but you decided to go with commercial paper instead of bonds because it was cheaper.
and you were able to keep that rate in your mind at 5% instead of going to 11% increase, why would you do a bond now when this is already under commercial paper that's cheaper, when you made that decision on our water bill bonds? Is commercial paper cheaper? And over the next couple of years, it's cheaper than using a bond right now. As it was said, it's more expensive and it's fluctuating. Why not just keep the commercial paper for a while? You did it for the water. Thanks.
Me again, Julia Tari. Okay, so tonight you're asking us to consider 65 million in additional debt backed by non-ad valorem taxes, revenues, excuse me. So simply, before committing taxpayers to decades of additional debt, what is the total projected repayment cost, including interest and fees? You need to be clear for the citizens. You talk a lot of who shot John up there. And grants and federal financing programs from outside opportunities. We know Cape Coral employs grant staff, pays consultants, and retains 2 lobbyists to secure outside funding. We also know that smaller communities in Florida have secured tens and even hundreds of millions of dollars in federal infrastructure financing. With the possibility, again, of tax reform creating uncertainty for our future local government, resident revenue should be, for these taxpayers, should be answered before, not after we approve another $65 million in borrowing. See? Simple. Our future is unsecure, and you just keep borrowing. It can't, and I would really like to know, we have a full grant staff, consultants, lobbyists. Where's the money? And at the end of the night, I'm going to tell you what all the other cities got, and it's going to blow your little minds. Thank you.
Marie Kavanaugh, there's just something I just fail to understand. You're asking to borrow $65 million, and we, the citizens, have absolutely no idea what that's going to cost us over the long run. All right, you're going to get a chunk of change, $65 million. What's it going to cost? What's the interest rate? Is it going to be $2 million a year, $5 million a year? We don't know. And how do we know if the Save Our Homes goes through and tax revenues on homesteaded houses is going to be dramatically reduced? What are you going to do when you don't have the money to pay those bonds when they come due? Think about it.
Anyone else wishing to speak during public input on Resolution 106-26? Seeing none, public input is now closed. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 106-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other council discussion? Councilmember Kadu.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to confirm, the commercial paper is cheaper because it's interest only and it's a shorter term.
And I don't want to say it's cheaper, but.
Right. I was just trying to correct, because we're switching from commercial paper to a principal and interest payment rather than an interest only payment.
Right. And we can't leave it in commercial paper forever.
Right.
The
Shorter
projects
term.
are
Yep.
Done. So at this point, the plan was always at the end of construction or near completion, it's packaged into a long-term debt. Right now.
Wait, can I stop you there? Why?
Why what?
Why would we all of a sudden then switch to principal and interest? Like, what was the thought process to doing it that way?
The thought process is that once they're near completion, you would evaluate. I mean, we obviously evaluate the market with our financial advisors and compare what the interest is on the commercial paper to what the market conditions are. If they're similar, then that would indicate a good time to go into the market. Or if we're paying more interest in commercial paper, then that's another reason to go to convert it to long-term debt. So that evaluation is done along with our financial advisors. I think the context that was used earlier was related to the UEP program. and using commercial paper up front instead of going out for the debt. And the reason for that was we would receive all of the debt proceeds up front at the beginning of construction, or, when construction starts, and we're holding it for years until the construction is done.
Yeah.
That is a cost to that.
Yeah.
So commercial paper, in that example, commercial paper is cheaper because at that time we're only paying interest on only what we borrow in cash draw instead of all of the debt proceeds in the long-term bond package.
Understood, like people that paid up front. Because we're mixing the two things now. And specific to this and this ordinance and resolution, for example, I would go back to why we chose commercial paper for J.C. Park versus principal and interest payments. What was the thought process behind that?
Well,
we know that J.C. Park was always going to be debt funded. But why did we choose commercial paper?
well, you don't want to go out for debt or for bonds in small increments, right? Okay. And so at the time, that's just one project. So it's smarter to use commercial paper. And then as you get multiple projects that are near completion, you can package that up into a bigger debt package or proceed bond issue. Then you go out and convert it to long-term debt. It's not really smart to go out for bonds in small packages like that.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
that's
for that
why we did it.
explanation.
Is that all, Councilmember Kadim? Yeah. Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights on, we have a motion to second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
No.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
No.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
No.
5 ayes, 3 nays, motion carried.
All right, thank you. One thing I want to address real quick, since it was brought up, is the rules pertaining to calling a question. Now, if you read our council rules, and if it's contradictory, then we need to change it, Mr. City Manager. But under Y of our council rules, where it says Robert Rules of Order, matters not expressly covered by these rules shall be governed by the current edition of Robert's Rules, newly revised as a parliamentary procedure of the City Council of the City of Cape Coral. Copy of said Robert's Rules should be kept on file in the office of City Clerk in City of Cape Coral. I got one in my desk. That's what it says. And how I read that sentence or that paragraph is the first few words, matters not expressly covered by these rules. Now, let's go back up to where it talks about on page 6, I believe it is, page 6, when it talks about previous questions. In our Robert's Rules, it says a motion calling for the previous question must be seconded. If a motion for the previous question is ordered by the vote, and it's very important, it says the previous question is ordered by the vote. It doesn't say 2/3 vote. It doesn't say supermajority. It says it is ordered by the vote of the council. It shall have the effect of cutting off all debates and bringing the council to vote on the question. When the previous question is decided in a negative, the main question remains under debate and until disposed of by the vote or in some other manner. So when I read that paragraph, and in my understanding that our council rules apply, if the council rules are not identified on maybe what we're talking about, then we fall back to Robert's Rules, and that's pretty much what Y says in our council rules. I can tell you, I've been here since January of 21 running these meetings, and anytime we've had a call question, it's been a majority vote. If that's not going to be the case, we either have to do one of a few things here. we either got to update our rules, if that's going to be if we're going to fall back to what's under Robert's rules. Again, we typically follow our rules, and if it's not listed in our rules, we fall back to Robert's rules. So we got to do one or the other. So I know how to run this meeting, because I can tell you, since January of 21, it's always been a majority vote. So you don't have to give me an answer now. I thought it was important to at least point these two things out, because that's the way that I've been running the meeting since 2021. So.
We've had called a question, I think probably on a handful of times since I've been here. And if you look through some of your council rules, you do mention majority vote. If that is something that you all want to do, you have the ability to deviate from Robert's rules, and your council rules will control. But there is a distinction. You have certain provisions, and I believe right above it, there is a reference to majority vote, and it is silent in that in regards to this. So you can deviate. If there's 5 of you that are supportive of that, I will certainly make that change and bring it before you all.
That's fine. I don't think today's the day to have this conversation. I just wanted to point out the differences of what is listed in our council rules and what Robert's rules is, and what the practice has been for the last 5 years I've been sitting in this seat. So if we want to apply the Robert's rules methodology, I'm fine with that. But let's change it in our rules, so no matter who's sitting in this seat knows what the rules are. So that's the only thing I wanted to bring up. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda. Item ordinance 21-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 21-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, repealing section 5.9.4 garage sales, set forth within Article 5 Development Standards, Chapter 9 Temporary Uses, regarding garage sale permits within the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code, and amending the City of Cape Coral, Florida Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, by creating Article 19, Registration and Permits, Section 12-146, Garage Sales, providing for codification and resolution of conflicting laws, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to staff. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. In your consideration for adopting this, I'm requesting that you consider a change in section 12-146, subsection B. I would like to request that if there is a motion made to approve this, that the first sentence be rewritten to read, prior to conducting a garage sale, the person conducting such sale is required to obtain a permit from the city, period. The reason for that being, if we end up doing permitting in some other way through an app, or if someone comes to the counter, we don't want to force someone in a particular way. And in addition, this function was previously moved from one department to another. And so if we list departments in there, then it just creates everlasting work to be rewriting codes. So the change that I put forward makes this more resilient with operations and flexibility in assignment. Thank you.
Okay, I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 21-26, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one coming forward, public hearing is now closed. I'll entertain a motion for ordinance 21-26.
Motion to approve.
Is there any council?
With the change.
With or without the amendment?
Yeah.
With the amendment, sorry.
Does the second agree?
Yes.
Any other council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman,
Sorry.
Hold on a second. She hit her light after we started.
Just clarification, why didn't it come to us like that?
It was a cut and paste from a LDC to the code.
But we couldn't have fixed it this whole time?
It was originally presented to the Planning and Zoning Board in its original character. So because of the fact that this was an intro that you don't ultimately talk about, the moment at public hearing is when you would alter the final language of that ordinance. And that's why we're here today.
No. Thank you for the clarification.
Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Gaduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. Ordinance 29-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 29-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending the city of Cape Coral, Florida Land Development Code by amending section 4.1.5, projections and encroachments into setbacks, as set forth within Article 4, zoning districts, Chapter 1, general provisions regarding the placement of certain equipment within building setback requirements, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, Madam City Clerk, please, staff, Mr. Struve, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. For the record, Mike Struve, Planning Team Coordinator with the Planning Division. I have a brief summary on this ordinance for you this evening. The purpose of Ordinance 2926 is to amend Section 4.1.5 of the Land Development Code that regulates projections and encroachments into setbacks. The proposed amendment will remove the current restriction that mechanical equipment, including generators, must be located within 5 feet of the building envelope in the side and rear yards of single-family sites. This ordinance also removes a restriction that equipment over 30 inches in height must comply with all building setback requirements. This particular topic regarding generator placement in particular was discussed at 2 committee of the whole meetings on September 25th and on April 8th. And following the second committee of the whole meeting, council directed staff to make the appropriate changes to the land development code and to bring these back to you in the ordinance format for your consideration. The proposed amendment will provide homeowners with greater flexibility in terms of generator placement on their residential sites. Under this proposal, generators will be able to be placed anywhere in the side and rear yard of single-family residential sites, as long as the equipment does not encroach on an easement, and that is not a new requirement, but that is an existing requirement. This amendment was reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May meeting, and the commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this ordinance, and I'm available in case you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. I will now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 29-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 29-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman.
Aye.
Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Kaduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, well, let's move on. Just a reminder, we'll be getting the citizens' input here shortly. Anyone wishing to participate in citizens' input, make sure you fill out a comment card at the front at the desk, please, and City Clerk will gather those and call you up once we get to that point. We'll move on to ordinance 31-26. Madam City Clerk, please read title.
Ordinance 31-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending ordinance 9-26, which provided for a referendum to consider the adoption of amendments to section 4.06, Mayor Pro Tem of the city of Cape Coral, Florida Charter, concerning the election of a council member to serve as Mayor Pro Tem by amending the referendum ballot title, providing for publication of a notice of the referendum election, providing for severability and an effective date.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. As I previously discussed at the introduction, this is a reduction in the summary title. It is unaltered other than that.
Okay. I'll now open up public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on ordinance 31-26, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing's now closed. I'll entertain a motion for ordinance 31-26.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman. Long. Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell.
Aye.
Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, move on to ordinance 32-26. Madam City Clerk, please read the title.
Ordinance 32-26, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Cape Coral, Florida, amending ordinance 14-26, which provided for a referendum to consider the adoption of amendments to section 4.05 candidate qualifications and election of the city of Cape Coral, Florida charter concerning the required submission of proof of residency for candidates eligible to hold office of mayor or council member by amending the referendum ballot title, providing for publication of a notice of the referendum election, providing for severability and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to staff. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as the previous one, this is a reduction in the ballot title. Other than that, it's unaltered.
Okay, thank you. I'll now open up public hearing regarding ordinance 32-26. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion regarding ordinance 32-26?
Motion to approve.
Is there any council discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Lehman. Long.
Aye.
Steinke.
Aye.
Donnell. Gunter.
Aye.
Paduk.
Aye.
Kilrain.
Aye.
Lastra.
Aye.
8 ayes, motion carried.
Okay, item 9C is last call for comment cards. Item 10 is citizens input time. A maximum of 60 minutes is set for the input of citizens on matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name for the record. Citizens are given opportunities to be heard concerning matters scheduled on the consent agenda or any other pertinent to the city. In order to promote an orderly system of holding a public business meeting and ensure that these individuals are not embarrassed or harassed as a result of the exercise of their right of free speech, the city has established rules that must be followed that has been adopted by City Council by resolution. A speaker is required to maintain proper decorum at all times. Only the person recognized by the mayor at the podium shall be addressing the City Council. No other person shall be making any audible remarks during the business portion of the meeting or during citizens' input. Unauthorized remarks, stomping of feet, whistling, or similar demonstration shall not be permitted during the business meeting. No person is permitted to interrupt the city council proceedings or their comments of any person recognized by the mayor. No person is permitted to behave in a disorderly manner by shouting, yelling, whistling, chanting, singing, dancing, clapping, foot stomping, cheering, jeering, or engaging any other disruptive display during the city council meeting or citizens' input. No person is permitted to refuse to follow the instructions which have been adopted by these policies and rules governing by the city council proceedings. Any person who engages in this type of behavior is prohibited herein and could, if they are being boisterous and disruptive in any manner in the city council meeting, shall be asked to leave or escorted from the meeting by the police department. Also, you must address the city council as a collective body. Please do not single out any specific council member or any staff member or any other attendee here in the meeting. With that, Madam City Clerk, could you call your first person?
Katie Thompson and Andy Miller.
Mayor Gunter, council members, city manager, and city attorney. Before I begin, I want everyone in this room to ask themselves one simple question. When residents leave this chamber after speaking to their elected officials, do they feel heard? Or do they feel ignored? because that answer says more about the state of our city than any press release, ribbon cutting, development project, or photo opportunity ever will. Tonight isn't about politics, it's about trust. And trust is earned when leaders listen instead of dismiss, when difficult questions are answered instead of avoided, and when residents are treated with respect, even when the message is uncomfortable. Unfortunately, too many residents are beginning to feel that respect has become optional in this chamber, because residents deserve leaders who listen even when the message is uncomfortable. Let's talk about something that should never happen in public. Turning your back on a resident, turning your back on a fellow council member because you disagree with them. Whether it's intentional or not, it sends a message. Your voice doesn't matter. This isn't leadership. Leadership listens. Leadership engages. Leadership respects people even when they disagree. And while we're discussing priorities, I'd like to address another elephant in the room. Residents are struggling. Some city employees are struggling. Some are working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. Yet leadership compensation continues to rise. So I have to ask, what is the rationale behind the city manager's compensation? What measurable results justify it? And why was there a 5% increase for the city attorneys justified while many employees and residents continue to face financial pressures? These aren't personal questions, they're taxpayer questions, because taxpayers deserve to know what return they are receiving on their investment. And while we're talking about leadership, I have another question. What have you done lately that has directly improved the lives of the residents sitting here tonight? I don't mean another development, I don't mean another ribbon cutting, and I don't mean another flagpole. I mean real solutions for seniors, veterans, family, city employees, and residents demanding transparency and accountability. Because from where many residents are sitting, we hear a lot about what is being built, but not enough about what's being fixed. The city of Cape Coral are paying attention. They are watching, they are documenting, and they are no longer impressed by titles, talking points, or political spin. They want respect, transparency, accountability, and leaders willing to put the people before their own comfort. Because power is temporary, titles are temporary, political influence is temporary, but character is permanent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christina Ilchizen and John Mealy.
Hi, for the record, Christina Ilchizen. Thank you so much for your time, Mayor and Council. Just two things. I'm off script tonight, so I didn't prepare anything. But as a 25-year citizen of the city, I have to say it is lackluster here. I've raised my children here, and they hate it here. And I have to tell you, I have commuted across that bridge and have only worked in the city of Cape Coral once, and that was for the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation as a rehabilitation counselor. So going on to my second point, ADA accommodations, I should be able to put an ADA accommodation in to come put and present stuff, but I'm afraid to. And I hold back every week when I come in because I came in 4 years ago to dispute the promotion of the city manager. And that was basically met with, oh, get her out of here. And I was escorted out by the cops, or was going to be escorted out by the cops until I said, I'll just leave. But here's the fact of the matter. ADA accommodations is individualized. I see Mr. Don, I don't have his last name, but he has CPTSD. He can't come in here and sit through all of this. I have a hard time. I'm an ADA citizen myself. I sustained a traumatic brain injury in 2001. I went through vocational rehabilitation as a client, only then to work in the city of Cape Coral, helping people with disabilities find jobs, find employment, find advocacy. And I also sat on the Lee County Transportation Board at one point as part of vocational rehab. And so let me tell you, it is lackluster. When my vehicle broke down 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I had to walk to a bus stop from my house in this heat. Yeah, it was a mile. I had to walk for a mile, but I did it just to take the bus to go to work. It is lackluster. The resources here, y'all keep saying, oh, in the future. Well, what about today? In the 25 years that I've lived here, the resources available are not for me. They're for snowbirds and they're for everybody coming and all these money. But what about me? I get it. That's whatever. I'm nobody, but whatever. But me is, what about the citizens? What about the other individuals? The other individuals with CPTSD. We had a gentleman come last week for the COW meeting. He waited and he waited all day and he got up here and he said, I'm a military veteran. I have CPTSD. And it was really hard for him. And I watched him. It's difficult. ADA accommodations is individualized. Thank you.
Kyle Lahamadou and Marie Kavanaugh.
Good evening, Kyle Amadou, District 7. I think we should give them a round of applause. You guys are great at spending our tax dollars. Don't they deserve a round of applause, everybody? Thank you. Spend, spend, spend. It was also very nice that the mayor ran away from the ribbon cutting ceremony in Tropicana Park. I was recently watching Cape Coral Talk Radio, and I also saw that somebody wanted sidewalks in their neighborhood, and I'm going to give your advice back to you. Write the check. Now we're going to go on to the flagpole quickly. I just want to talk about a little theory I came up with a few months ago. So the flagpole is going to be next to Slipaway. Slipaway does not have enough parking. Something just tells me when this flagpole goes up that we're going to have to now spend tax dollars on a parking lot for all the people that want to come see this flagpole. So if that happens, something tells me somebody's going to get to use that parking lot for free or for a very nominal cost. I just want to put that on the record, not looking for an answer. Then I want to go back to a few meetings ago when somebody came in and spoke on Ordinance 24-26, except they did not speak on Ordinance 24-26. Does everybody remember who that was? That was Brady McDonald, the CEO of Barefoot Land Co. And he came up during an ordinance, did not speak about that ordinance. All he did was kiss your ass. And nobody stopped him. They let him speak and speak and speak and then ran away. He ran out the door. Now I want to go on to J.C. Park and the Re-elect John Gunter event that was held at J.C. Park that cost the taxpayers about $25,000. So we had $9,000 in police, which I believe was all overtime money. Then we had about $11,000 spent on staff time. And then we had about another $5,000 spent on incidentals. So again, have we ever had a grand opening of a park besides J.C. Park that tax dollar funds were spent on, or is this just to reelect somebody? So because I know about the ribbon cuttings, get that, fine, spend the money, but a whole friggin' event when also somebody's campaign ads were playing, I believe, on the big screen at the park. So just another thing we should think about. Then I want to quickly go back to public input. So again, timing, public input, people want to speak. Some people like to speak to the citizens. Some people like to speak to you, depending on who hears or who doesn't hear. It doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, you have a variety of citizens here who sometimes would like to speak. And you cannot make just one time to accommodate them all. So look, I'm a big proponent. Get it back in the beginning where it was. But you know what? You could also give a second section at the end for people who do come later. Again, we've been here for how many hours, but you guys have the capability of doing that. You have the capability of lifting the 60 minutes. You have the capability of saying, hey, you know what? Everybody gets 10 minutes today. You can do that. We see that people don't. But again, you could give the people the time in the beginning and you can give a little bit of courtesy at the end, the once in a blue moon somebody would actually come to speak. Thank you.
David Scott and Lisette Fiallo. Julia Atari.
Good night. I'm Lisette Fiallo again here. Okay, first one, we don't know what. We need to pray for this local government. We need to pray for them. My pastor every Sunday pray for this city because the residents need God to inform this government. This don't apply for everybody sitting here, but I cannot believe how unrespect people is sick there. It is unbelievable how unrespect to the resident when like, shut out, I am not talking to you. What is that for one representative sit there? Representative the city. It is unrespect from the resident. This local government is pathetic, very pathetic. In my education, this is pathetic. But I'm living in freedom. I have to explain. I need to say whatever I want to say. Miss Jennifer, thank you for listening to me when I needed. Finally, because my council member never listened to me. My both meeting with you was friendly, but at the same time, I'm feeling very, very powerless, very powerless, because every single minute you twist the law, the rule, twist the rule in your convenience, not in you, in that government, because it's a lot of people lie there. Like in my case, my laws, the inspector lie in front the magister, and that government that work with me cover up that lie all the time with my Airbnb. When anybody make any law and put any fee, that law is effective, is true if the people pay the fee. If I don't pay the fee, my Airbnb was not in the right line. For that reason, I claim to you how I pay my fee in my Airbnb registration. You cannot show me how was my payment. Only 3 minutes.
Julia Attari and Anne Marie Spielmacher.
Look at this. I wrote it down. Be surprised. Julia Attari, for 4 years I've been standing here. 4 years now. It's so crazy. So while the city continues to ask taxpayers to support additional borrowing and long-term financial commitments, residents deserve answers before more debt is approved. I want to acknowledge that Cape Coral has secured outside funding, including approximately $25 million for the North One Utilities expansion and approximately $6.5 million for the reclaimed water infrastructure. Those accomplishments should be recognized. However, taxpayers also fund and employ grant staff, pay for consultants, and retain 2 lobbyists, one focused on state funding and one focused on federal funding. Their responsibility is to identify and secure outside funding opportunities for our city. With all of those resources in place, taxpayers deserve to know exactly what opportunities were being pursued and what were not, and what were the results that were achieved. Across Florida, communities and utility authorities have secured substantial financial infrastructure financing. Wilton Manor, approximately $29 million. North Miami Beach, approximately $44 million. Fort Lauderdale, approximately $120 million. Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority, approximately $147 million. Polk Regional Water Corporation, more than 300 million. Cape Coral has one of the largest utility expansions and the largest infrastructure program in Florida. So it is reasonable for taxpayers to ask, did Cape Coral pursue the same opportunities? Were applications submitted, were they denied, or were some opportunities never pursued? How much taxpayer spendings on grant staff, consultants, and lobbyist contracts are we paying? What funding opportunities were identified, which opportunities were pursued, and which opportunities were not pursued? That's my question today. The responsibility of significant tax reform in Florida and growing concerns about future local government revenues, these are questions that should have been answered a long time ago. Before asking residents to support additional borrowing, the city should provide complete public accounting of every major funding opportunity available, every opportunity pursued, and every opportunity not pursued, and the reason behind those decisions. At a time when residents are facing rising insurance costs, increasing utility bills, continued financial pressure, tax proof.
Thank you.
Okay, every available dollar.
Thank you. Thank you. Please cut the mic off. Ma'am, you're done. Thank you.
Anne Marie Spielmaker and Tom Shadrack.
Good evening. My name is Anne Marie Spielmaker. I've been a resident and taxpayer for, I think, 37 or more years. I appreciate having this opportunity to speak. This is the third time I'm coming to implore you to put a basic lap pool with the area for general swim to be located at the previous Cape Coral Country Club on Palm Tree Boulevard. And I guess you could use a fraction of the 40 million unrestricted reserve that I learned about tonight. This property has sat vacant for over 10 years, and Cape Coral residents have not had a public swimming pool for over 4 years. And the city doesn't have a plan to have a pool completed until 2028. 29, and that is one more of a resort style pool with the lazy river. My rationale for this is this leaves us as the largest city in the surrounding area without a public pool. It's going to be over 8 years. Children have no place to learn how to swim, and I believe the state of Florida just made a mandate about teaching safety, water safety. Seniors have no place to exercise. Families have to go out of town to find a public pool. I know I drive 5 days a week, go over the bridge, and have a membership at a pool in Fort Myers, and have done that for 4 years. I'm not sure whether, as much as we appreciate the food and beverage marinas and green spaces. And I do. This used to be considered the coma. So I love everything that you're doing. Yet, it should not take priority over the need for a basic public pool. It doesn't have to be anything fancy. My solution is to, at least in the interim, until you can use that money maybe from the reserve, is Cape Coral High School has a pool that I believe the city owns. And I think that you could make that available for the kids in the summer. Everybody doesn't have a swimming pool. And I mean no disrespect by this, because I have been here, I don't know how long you've been here, but I'm a part of this community, and I'm not sure whether we should be embarrassed or ashamed by this position. No public pool? Thank you very much, and everybody have a safe evening.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom Shadrack. Sorry, Kilrain leaving. I got to read your letter, Mr. Mayor, about to our Southwest legislators about the homestead exemption going up to 250,000. I think it was overwhelmingly approved yesterday. So it's interesting that it'll go on the ballot for us voters to decide. And in your letter, you had a couple interesting statistics. One, I kind of will reverse on you that you've estimated that it's going to be $46.6 million in tax savings to homesteaded people. $46.6 million in savings to homesteaded taxpayers here just in Cape Coral next year and every year. That's what they're going to be voting on in November, savings. The other thing, statistically, in your letter, you show that Cape Coral has actually received $64 million more in tax revenue from ad valorem taxes since 2020. It was $100 million back in 2020, and now we're spending $164 million. So it's actually, you've increased our taxes and spending it at $64.4 million a year more as of now. So that is a lot of money. And I have been sending you guys emails. Remember, Tom Hayden coined them T-Shed tidbits. So you've been getting them for 4 years. I think I added them up today. It was over 100 emails sent about how we could save taxes and how we could do better. And if there is $46.6 million that we can find savings in our budget, I think we can do that. There is some fluff in here and there are some hard things we could do, but we can do it without raising the millage rate. We can do it without raising assessments, and we can do it without cutting people. That's a pledge I can make if I help you, and I've given you those 100 emails. The data's in there, but glad to talk to you more about it. And I know we can do it, and it's hard, but it's easy in that sense for me to do because I've already been talking about it for 5 years on how we can reduce cost and make our government more efficient. And it's all about common sense. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to call these names just one more time to make sure I didn't miss somebody.
Sure.
We have Andy Miller, John Mealy, Marie Kavanaugh, and David Scott.
Yep.
That's the end of the comment cards.
Okay. So, did she put in a comment card? Did you put in a comment card?
No, I did not.
And the
We have
rules
time.
are with the comment cards? All right, I determine. Just make sure you fill out a card
No problem.
after you get done.
Will do. Lisa Cohen Atkinson, Southwest Cape Coral. 44% of the residents in Cape Coral are homesteaded. You had stated a couple days ago that we collect somewhere around $160 million in property taxes, and that includes the non-ad valorem. With 44% of the properties being homesteaded, that would leave you with about a $90 million budget to work within, which means that you need to learn how to live within your means. That's what it means. Tonight, what I saw were more non-ad valorems that got added. That's what I saw tonight. Something that the homestead protection does not protect these homeowners from. This has to stop. It is absolute insanity. You need to get your spending under control. I hear the way people speak to the citizens, and it is disgusting to tell people you're not speaking to them. The way you just turn your back to them, you should be ashamed of yourself. The citizens need to be held in a regard higher than the government at all times. Do not speak down to them. You need to stay out of the homeowners' pockets. I want to say thank you to Rachel, to Keith, and to Jennifer tonight. All three of you stood up for the people today, and I'm just very grateful for that. Unfortunately, the rest of you are setting up the city for failure. Facilities has been in this horrible condition for over 20 years, and you're talking about $50 million. You guys think that just money grows on trees. I mean, but then I think about a 1,600 square foot building for bathrooms and you're talking about 4 million. If I gouge the public, it'd be 500,000. How you come up with your numbers is, I can't even get my head around it. You guys don't care about the people at all. I mean, like, where is this money going? Like tonight, $65 million for $58 million? Where's the other 7 going? What is this? This makes no sense. I mean, it certainly makes a whole lot of dollars though, don't it? You guys need to get with the program. I can't wait to see a whole new council in a couple of months. You guys have a great night. I do pray the blood of Jesus over this council because y'all got real problems. Have a great night.
All right, that's the last of our speakers. And I will open up for any council discussion. Councilmember Kaduc.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to address the last speaker, I agree with you. However, it's a not to exceed 65 million. So they can't go over that. They're really only going out to the market for whatever it should cost. But the reason why I was debating it so strongly was because I didn't think that the cap should be 65 million. It should have been less than that. And quite frankly, I didn't agree with us spending her going out to bonds and debt for that. We should have just spent the cash. But I really pushed my light because I wanted to ask the city manager, the one speaker she left regarding the public schools and using their pools. Have we ever reached out to the school board or school district on that?
We have a swim club that uses the pool at Cape High.
Like, not a swim club, but like if we had people that were trying to learn swimming lessons, that happens at Cape High.
I don't know what programs they offer. You have to have special permission to go inside a school boundary after hours. You have to have an agreement. So I'm pretty sure they have. You can't. They don't just for our, even though they're not really our program. The Cape Juniors, they practice at Calusa. We have an agreement through them with parks to utilize that off hours. So it can be done. You just need to have an agreement. You need to have an organization that wants to do that. Okay, and then it's up to I believe it's up to the principal
of that
whether or not.
school.
So it'd be something that somebody would have to ask the principal would be willing to open this up to after hours to do it for.
Okay, thank you. That was all.
Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, my comment was for Anne Marie, and it looks like she left, and I need to rely upon Councilmember Laster just for the meetings that we've had with regard to the future of the golf course. Has putting a pool there come up in those meetings?
It's not in either one of the plans, but it has been suggested in our public meetings in the last 2. The last public meeting that we had, residents were encouraged to fill out their thoughts on both plans, and I don't have all those results. Joe Petrella said that probably by the end of the summer he'd have them, and then we'd be ready to have another public meeting. But I know several residents asked about a swimming pool there.
Okay, so would it be at least safe to say it's being considered?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All things are on the table at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Okay, let's see no other lights on. We'll move on to item 12, which is reports. Councilmember Kaduc, report.
No report.
Councilmember Kilrain.
Yeah, just real quick, I'll read on my list of stuff here. May 20th, I attended a PIA contracting meeting. May 21st, Southwest Florida League of Cities. May 21st, Charter School graduation. On the 22nd, Brotherhood of Heroes had a veterans ceremony there, hosted by Carol Culton, and Jason Jones was there for the breakfast with veterans. On 22nd, Dave Newton was on talk radio and did a good accounting of himself there. On the 23rd, went to Planting of Flags at Coral Ridge. The 25th, Coral Ridge Memorial Day, and also the Brotherhood of Heroes Memorial Day and the Nimitz anniversary. On the 26th, I went to the Republican Club for the a few things there with the Brotherhood of the Heroes on Memorial Day. On the 27th, on 28th, went to the CHNEP discussion. One thing that was interesting in that meeting was from a water and aquifer standpoint, there was a state person there that really had a good grasp of